You're unmuted.
Oops. Yeah, really. All right, it's 9 o'clock. I think that we'll get started. This is the Board of Commissioner meeting, May 27th, 2025. Before we do the roll call, I'd like to acknowledge David Davis as our newest member. This is your first meeting.
Yep.
Anything you'd like to say at the moment?
Just appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Okay, look forward to it. Dave, as we remind everybody, because we have people on remotely, you need to lean into these microphones.
Okay.
Could we do roll call, please?
Davis,
Here.
Janat,
Here.
Markey,
Here.
Nye,
Here.
Roloffs.
Here.
Sauer,
Here.
Craig. Here. All present.
All right. Rhonda, if you would.
Sure. Gracious God, we thank you for another beautiful day in Benzie County. As we begin our meeting, we ask you for guidance and wisdom. We pray that the decisions we make today will align with your will and bring glory to you. We pray this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, you have the agenda in front of you. Is there any amendments, changes, deletions?
Motion to approve as presented.
Bob, second. Gary, second. Again, any comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Approval, same sign for denial. And now we have the minutes. Let's take the May 13th minutes first.
We had one correction under the county administrator's listing. I had put road commissioners instead of road commissions, so I just have to change.
I'd entertain a motion.
I move to accept the minutes from 5/13 as amended.
Right, that's Christie. Support,
Davis will support.
comments or questions, changes? Hearing none, all those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then we'll pass out the closed session minutes.
I'll move to accept the closed minutes.
9 seconds.
Comments or questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
All right.
Opposed, same sign. We're to our first public comment. Mr. Worsecki. Glad to see you.
Here. Dave, didn't they tell you you're supposed to sit over there?
I just understand that was.
So, I don't know, about 4 to 6 weeks ago, I left.
Could you introduce yourself, sir?
Oh, thanks. Evan Worsecki, citizen of Inland Township. About 4 to 6 weeks ago, I left pretty abruptly without saying goodbye or giving anybody an explanation. So I just wanted to come in today and let you guys know that a couple things have changed at my job that made it a little more difficult for me to get time off on Tuesdays for meetings, and then different things at home. made it a little bit more difficult for meetings at night. So I just thought with those two things, this was the right time for me to step away. And over the last 10 years, it's just been a pleasure to serve with everyone here. I've learned so much, and you guys have meant a ton to me. And then to work with all the staff and employees here at Benzie County, we're lucky to have such a dedicated group and hardworking individuals. And it's just been an honor to serve the citizens of Benzie County. And with that being said, I thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Laura, I want to thank you for allowing him to serve. I know it's also a burden at times on the family. Sorry for that. Take care. Be sorry about that. Other public comment? Seeing none, that will close public comment and we'll move into elected official reports. Department heads? We have any today?
There's an there's an Ironman meeting going on, so a lot of our staff is tied up in that, so.
Sure.
Good morning. My name is Bridget Hassig and I'm with Benzie Senior Resources, and it's a pleasure to see everyone this morning. I was just going to do a quick touch base, but we're trying to get into a cadence of updated packets to you all, because I would personally prefer to be after our board has approved everything and it comes to you, but it seems to be a week off. So Tammy, the one you had said you would send next week, I actually have hard copies. So this is actually our leadership report for April that I'd like to share with you, but just real topically, still focusing very intently on people and process and place. And so with people, you'll see in this report that there's been a restructuring within Benzie Senior Resources to allow people that have wanted to grow and can use different capacities in different ways to be able to do so. And so we took a look and interviewed, and I observed and spoke a lot with the team about, where would they like to be able to grow? How can we retain them and be able to do expanded service? And so you'll see that noted there. Process, we're still looking to automate a great deal that's manual. And so we're getting 5 platforms down to about 2 platforms to be able to do things that better count, better give us data that we can actually use for decision-making. And then in terms of place, we went through the human service building from the front wall all the way to the back wall last week, and went through storage and went through everything that we've been accumulating over decades. And the end result, though, was to be able to provide more service delivery space. And that's what we were able to do. So by reorganizing and letting go and putting some things into storage, we have 2 additional areas now in the human service building where we can do expanded service. And so the other area, too, that we're focusing on is collaboratives. I've mentioned to you, I'm very synergistic with that. And we're continuing our relationship with the Darcy Library in terms of a pilot program to get books out, library books to older adults that are isolated, because our primary goals are food security, movement at the gathering place, and then going deeper with those that are isolated or homebound. So that we're also going to be doing a strategic planning session this Friday and Saturday. That will involve the board and the department heads, which will be facilitated by Rally Advisors. And I've had a great deal of experience with them. And we are also continuing our conversations and planning with Benzie Bus, which is great, doing day trips, for instance, to Bacon, so that individuals that might need the services of Bacon who have not been there before or are intimidated to go there, we're making it enjoyable, kind of a lifelong learning opportunity. And we're going to keep doing that within the county. Are there any questions I can answer?
Bridget, how are you doing with volunteers?
Thanks for asking that, Art. We always do better seasonally, honestly. So when people start coming back for the summer, we have a number of volunteers. But I think that as we move again into the fall, we're going to need to examine how we do home delivered meals to make sure that we have coverage, particularly when it gets into January and February. So there's a lot of best practices out there. I think that we also need to be aware that many of our volunteers have been with us for years, and we want to understand the fact that they may want to be stepping off too. So I would say recruitment, but also recruitment in a greater way with service delivery. We haven't really expounded upon the ability to use people for programs and as teachers. And so we're actually going to be doing a specific volunteer management initiative, if you will, to be able to do greater service delivery via volunteers. I'd say we're doing well though right now. With the home delivered meals, I would like to just add though an aside, because not only is it volunteerism and one of our most important services, but in the proposed federal budget, the social services block grant, which is responsible for low-income family programs, children, elder abuse, and meals. So the Meals on Wheels program was eradicated. So it was zeroed out in the federal budget. What that means is that funds that normally come from the federal government that the state of Michigan adds to, and it's the same in every state, but the dollar amount is different. So for instance, the state of Michigan contributes an additional 71 cents per $5 value of a meal. And what we are watching closely is what that will mean to us, because when it trickles down federal, state to the regional area agency on aging, they contract that out. They don't add to it. They contract it out. That would basically zero out, with the exception of the state dollars, funds available for home delivered meals. So we're making sure that we're very, very deliberate about our reserves, our financial reserves, and also what we put forth to the county in terms of the new budget.
Let's stay on that subject for a moment because I chair another agency that's dealing with the same thing.
Yeah.
Do you see in part of your managing this, is it possible that you might have to change what level of service you're giving Meals on Wheels? My example will be you'll oftentimes deliver frozen meals for future meals over the weekend, et cetera. Could that be affected?
You know, I'm not convinced in limited time with Benzie so far, senior resources, but I'm not convinced that we will need to cut if we can reallocate resources in a different way and use volunteers for some service delivery. So I am tentatively comfortable with the fact that we wouldn't see cuts and the reduction of services in that area. There are other organizations, and I also want to say it isn't black or white. You know, you have service or you don't. You know, I immediately go to Plan B, which is, well, some organizations do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. You know, but our goal is food security, and so I think there's a lot of things we haven't even begun to explore from that positive perspective of how can we. You know, we're just beginning to explore better relationships with farmers in the area. You know, food security is a big theme for me. And so how can we use, you know, local source from local farmers even in a way that makes sense and is good for the economy as well as good for us. So, yeah.
One final question. Your predecessor had been working on a program, an outreach program to seniors that are homebound, and they would just spend time visiting with them. No home care, you know, they're not providing any other service other than spending time with them. Is anything happening with that program?
Yeah, we do have a senior companion program, and I think the number might be in that report, but we actually work with Catholic Social Services on that. And so we actually reimburse CSS for a companionship program. That is another area I'm looking more at volunteers. But we also are finding, interestingly enough, with our home health services. So we have a home health aide going to the home of the older adult to do personal care in many instances. But we're finding that respite care, so the wife takes a break, the husband takes a break, we're present for 2 hours. Respite care is becoming a bigger need or more used. I don't know if it's a need or people are finding out about they can use us for that. We are actually taking a look at training our home health aides better in ways to connect with the older adult when they're there. So we want to do the same thing with our home delivered meals volunteers. So the companion program to me is a slice of an overall way that we can approach those moments of those points of contact with an older adult as well. And we can do it with real simple training. So fortunately, for my background in national older adult services, I have several wonderful human beings who are also experts in this, and they can give us their training. And so we're hoping to be able to demonstrate that as well.
In our community where we have a high percentage of seniors and the discussion about mental wellness, And we know that people that are isolated suffer more from mental wellness.
Yeah.
It's, in my view, important. And it's a program that we can deliver with a minimal amount of expense. I realize there's a lot of activity to deliver it, a lot of management of it, but the cost itself is pretty minimal, isn't it?
I would say yes, and I want to temper that because when you have an individual going into the home of the older adult, the level of security has to go way up. And so you have to make sure that the volunteer is well trained in understanding that if they develop a relationship with the older adult, we have instances of where the older adult wants to write them into a trust or they want to give them gifts or it really, so there's a lot of boundary training actually that's involved in that. So I'd say on the front end, the expenses are present. On the back end, it should deliver a really great experience. And that goes again to my point of we can do this in other areas, not just the companion program. So,
Appreciate what you guys do.
yeah.
Other comments or questions for Bridget? Thanks for being here
Okay.
today.
Yeah, thanks. And I have to excuse myself, so I apologize. Thank you.
Brooke, did you want to say anything today?
No, you're under action items too.
Brooke Kopp with the Frankfurt Dow Memorial Airport. Let's see here. So thanks for allowing me to speak again today. I trust everyone has reviewed their airport packet. There is a lot of information, so I'm just going to hit highlights. If we go to page 6 of the detailed budget. So over the past year, we have analyzed all sources of operating revenue. Hangar rates for new tenants were increased. The current tenants are subject to rate increases every 2 years, according to the Consumer Price Index by a maximum of 5%. The Beacon Tower income will increase 3 to 5% annually, depending upon the lessee. We are constantly evaluating fuel revenue. The goal is to no longer sell 10,000 gallons at a low price, but 7,500 gallons at a mid price. We found that that's most profitable. User income that has increased, it's being consistently collected. We have profitable investment accounts that have added almost $15,000 in revenue in the last 9 months. Airport bookkeeping payroll that's now conducted at the airport, so that adds $3,000 to our operating revenue, and it actually saves $5,500 a year, according to the county, according to your 2023 Benzie County Indirect Cost Allocation Plan. So as one can see, hangar revenue consists of about 27% of all operating revenue. So in a couple of years after the bond is full, that is something I'd like to pursue. I can predict possibly about $60,000 annually in income from additional hangars. Also listed is the $45,000 appropriations, which is the $15,000 from each entity. Are there any questions?
Can I ask one about the hangars?
Yes.
Please.
Have we evaluated where we were? You said every 2 years is the only time you can change this? Yeah, I'm
For
just.
those that are
trying to-
in a contract,
That are in
or-
a contract. but
right, under,
Are our hangar fees comparable to the area?
I think it was last summer, late last summer, I evaluated those and I checked with about nine different airports. And I believe I shared that information with you and I can do that again. There's a wide variety of hangars out there. We did increase our hangar rates for the new tenants to keep in line with the increasing rates of the current tenants. And then we'll constantly evaluate that to make sure they stay in line and they stay in line with the other entities around us too, like Blacker. They have some hangars. Traverse City has a lot of hangars too.
I kind of agree with Art that here's an opportunity
Right.
and inflation and everything else
Mm-hmm.
should be fully understanding that they need to be paying more for these hangars,
Right.
especially if you're building some. I don't know if you're building any or not.
I would like to, that takes infrastructure grants, which we cannot access yet until the bond is paid in full. Because the grants are paying for the bond. Then when that is over, we can start a new project. But it is difficult. When I looked at the other rates around us, I had to stay in line. I mean, I couldn't I would like to charge more, but don't want to
You-
price
you've
us out
got
of
a
the
gem
market
over there
either.
Too, you can't really, you
Mhm.
can't always say that we need to stay with Thompsonville. There's a little difference there, but
Correct. I
you
agree.
know, just saying, but
Mhm.
I'm glad you're looking into it.
I am.
Thank you.
Yes.
So Katie, this was an action item today. I purposely, because there was no other presentations, so that Brooke could leave if she wanted to. Do we need to take action on G of under new business while she's here?
If you would like to do it while she's here, otherwise, if there's no additional questions, you could take action after she leaves.
Okay. So I'm just trying to give you an opportunity to get back to your business if you want.
Okay.
Is there any other questions for Brooke? All right.
All right.
Thank you for being here. Any other department heads, electeds? If not, why don't we go ahead and tackle the bills?
Good morning, Kelly Long County Treasurer. Let's see, bills for May 9th through May 22nd of 2025. $269,819.25.
Like to get a motion if I could.
I'd make that motion.
Bob, any support?
Mark, you'll support.
Tim? Questions or comments? I would, Katie, do you want to speak to that one line item on the check register that you and I spoke about?
Oh, sure. So, for the Brownfield Authority, you'll notice that the transaction, was over $4,000. That was a mistake. The invoice was only $82. The invoices, they changed how they looked. And so that's the total amount we've paid to date that inadvertently got put in as the invoice amount. So we were able to get a hold of Susan Winslick in the meantime and stop that check. So we'll end up voiding that and reissuing to the proper amount.
So that would change the bottom line number that was just provided to us?
Correct, but you still need to approve the overall because that void and other things has not happened yet. So when you approve the bills at the next meeting, it'll account for that void and transaction.
Okay, very good. Other comments or questions? Roll call, please.
Jeanette,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
Quick update in the treasurer's office. Tomorrow, we're going to go live with a new animal licensing called WebTex. I think it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be way user friendly. You're going to be able to go online and do your own licensing now without having to go up to animal control, come to the treasurer's office, or even go to one of your vet clinics. So this is going to be really nice. It's called WebTex. We're going to link it up tomorrow. We're going to finish it out today, and by tomorrow morning, you'll be able to go in and plug, it's your own little, if you're online savvy, this will be great for you for animal licensing. Ease you out.
Kelly.
We had our second annual All Treasures meeting last Thursday, went wonderful. Everybody was in awe. Sometimes it's nice to be able to get everybody together, all the treasurers of the county, village treasurers. I think we had just about everybody there, but a couple of townships. And they really enjoy it and getting together and networking with each other. And if they can't call me, they can at least call each other. And I think it's been nice. We put our new plaque up last Thursday. Well, it's been up for a couple of weeks, but Linda Wilson came in last Thursday and we had a really nice presentation of our plaque with her, and she was all giddy and happy, and that was really nice to see her and talk to her. And so moving forward on that. And then of course, 2025 tax season starting up here in the next couple weeks. So we'll be getting your next tax bills out here by July 1st, guys.
Wait.
And that's what we're doing in our office right now.
Your
Any
questions?
questions?
Yes, Christie?
I have a question. So back up to the licensing.
Yep.
That was called West Tech?
Web Tex.
Web Tech.
Mm-hmm.
And will that be on, what
It'll-
website would we find that?
It's going to be on our website, benzie.co.gov under treasurer.
Okay.
You'll scroll down. We'll have it hopefully up and running by first thing in the morning, if not tonight before we leave. But it'll be dog license. It'll be under dog license renewals is what we're going to call it. and there'll be a link.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Folks sign up, they pay their fees, and then the tag is mailed to them.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
No excuse to not be in line anymore.
Exactly. I'm excited about it. There's been a lot of other county treasurers that have been using it for years. So I'm like, what the heck? Let's give it a shot. And it's BSNA is user friendly, but it doesn't give that option to go out online and just do it all yourself, which a lot of people want to do more and more of. So this is going to give them that option. And then we just, every morning we'll go online, we'll go to whatever's been ordered, go through our order list, send out the licenses, and they'll have them within a couple days.
Other questions for Kelly? Please.
Seeing how you've got state savings and Honor State Bank here in Norman. Lindy,
Here today, huh?
need to thank them for the lunch that they provided
For
for you guys at
Oh, on-
Treasurers Day.
Thursday, Honor Bank came in and sponsored us that day. That
Right,
was
and I
a
think
wonderful
that's
lunch.
good That state savings did it the year before.
Yep, they did. They did it the year before. We've given them lots of good kudos and thanks for all that. We appreciate that, them coming out and helping us out. Yes, it'll be for new licenses as well. If you have a
Kelly, could
PP
you
or
repeat
anything.
the question for those?
Yes.
Please?
The question was I'm talking about renewals. It's also for new licenses. So if you have a new dog that you've adopted or a new puppy, you can go online and do the same thing.
Kelly, we've got just a couple minutes left, but do you want to speak at all to a potential funding opportunity from the state regarding the lawsuit on foreclosed properties?
Yes. So we have been doing class action lawsuits on the excess proceeds for foreclosures that's been happening. The new law changed back in 2020 where now any excess proceeds the prior owners can sign up for. Well, prior to 2020, there's been a lot of class action lawsuits on that. And now we're finally coming down to the wire here, probably end of the summer, maybe even end of this year, where we'll finally pay out those class action lawsuits. And those are from the years 2020 to 2013. And one of our county treasurers got together with their state legislator and got together with us and the rest of the county treasurers of the state. And we sent out letters to our senators. And there was a bill that was passed that is going to pay up to possibly anywhere from 83 million to 100 million to the county treasurers to help pay those excess proceeds for those 7 or 8 years that the class action lawsuit pertains to. So that's pretty exciting to bring that money back into, our county has been holding it, but then this will be nice to possibly use that funds for something else if this finishes up. But it's been passed, it's on the budget, just have to wait for the final passes in the House.
Good news is that Treasurer's Office had the foresight to prepare us in the event that we were going to have a settlement, which it turns out there will be.
Right.
And I'm going to guess that the money you just referenced, there'll probably be some formula that is assigned to it, so it may not be the entire amount.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
there may be some relief. Absent that, though, we're in a financial position to be able to meet that obligation.
At this time, yes, we are. We just haven't heard if there's going to be anything on interest or penalties yet. We're just kind of waiting on that, but otherwise we should be set pretty well to pay that out,
Very good.
hopefully. Keep our fingers crossed. We're looking good at the moment.
Kelly, at this point in time, with the state of the cases involving this, do you feel pretty comfortable that when there is a foreclosure where claims aren't made, that those proceeds can comfortably be taken by the county without worrying that there's gonna be that you're gonna have to pay it back down the road? Or is that still kind of?
It's still kind of iffy in the air. We are being told if they don't meet that intent on time, then they lose out. But there's always a chance they could go and take us directly to court. And the courts could say, well, they missed by 3 days, or in essence, it's, circuit court's the final say on it. So they could come back to us at some point, but we're hoping that as this class loss, that as all these class action lawsuits and even individual lawsuits come to a final, that we're finding out more and more that we are more comfortable in saying, yes, if you don't hit that intent of deadline by July 1st, then those proceeds will be reverted back into the county. We're getting there.
Great comments.
All right.
Anything else before we excuse Kelly? All right. Thanks, Kelly.
You're welcome.
I'd like to move into our first presentation then. I see that Ms. McNabb is in the audience. Would you like to join us, please? Just if you would identify yourself and the subject.
Good morning. I'm Janie McNabb, CEO of Networks Northwest, and I'm here to present our annual report to you. Katie, did you receive a link from our team? No? Okay.
I just have a 2-pager that I put in the website, in the packet.
In the packet. Great. So we do have an executive summary that was provided in your packet. I do have a hard copy if anyone would like that. No? Okay, great.
What, Janie, why don't you leave it with Katie, and then if someone wants it after the fact, they can, okay?
Absolutely. And anyone in the public is welcome as well. A few copies. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about Networks Northwest. I will say what you have in terms of in the packet is a 2-page summary. We do have the full annual report online on our website. It's at nwm.org/impact. That takes you to a web-based version of the report where it kind of works like a slideshow. You click an arrow on the right of the screen and it takes you through several of the different programs and services that we've offered and the impact we've had over the last year. But I'll just share with you a few highlights on this summary and specifically some information about Benzie County. So our services are provided in one of 3 categories. Talent, which is the first page of the summary, is all of our workforce development programs that help individuals and youth with job search, career development, training, anything related to jobs and careers. Then on the back side, you'll see we also have the category of business, which helps businesses in the region. As employers, we help them with hiring, recruitment, training. Also, we have a program that helps them get into new markets, especially with the federal government, federal, state, and local governments. That's a program called Apex Accelerator. And then our community development category is where we work with local governments and municipalities and regional economic development and so forth to support planning and other projects that benefit the communities of the region. So I'll take you through a few highlights. In our talent programs, we served more than 600 job seekers who reside in Benzie County. And I'm very proud to share that our Impact Award for the year was an individual from Benzie County. Also, the Business of the Year was from Benzie County, the company that employed this individual. And the company is in Thompsonville, Whistle Stop Early Learning Center. Anyone familiar?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So the owner of Whistle Stop has worked with us quite a bit in our apprenticeship program. And we offer an apprenticeship in early childhood education. So we helped them hire Serena. She actually lived farther downstate and moved to Benzie County for this opportunity. And the organization and our programming really invested in Serena. She was struggling with some home situations. She had taken on very much a parenting role when she was very young. Her mother was addicted to substances and now has children of her own. And has really embraced this opportunity to add that the learning she did throughout her life to caring for children in the area at this new career. So she and Whistle Stop were honored at a statewide event as our impact awards for the year for our job seeker and for our employer. So we're really proud to work with them, and especially to invest in childcare, because we know it's such an important, critical aspect of economic development, of talent attraction, of making sure that people who live in the county can get to work. So that was a really exciting thing for Benzie County. We also saw $282,000 come to businesses in the county through the Going Pro Talent Fund program that we support through the state. And those funds were used to train 138 people. So they were trained in various skill sets that they needed to support their companies in being more competitive. And each person received a credential based on the training that they received. And we're doing apprenticeships quite a bit. And I think I talked to you about that last year. It's something we're really proud of, and we're really moving forward. We have apprenticeships with Benzie schools. We have Sleeping Bear apiaries. Let's see, another page here. But several different companies, Graceland Fruit, Honor Bank, Moore Mechanical, all received Going Pro Talent Fund awards this past year. And in terms of our community programming, we worked closely with the Village of Thompsonville Parks and helped them with their Parks and Rec plan last year. We're also working with them this year on a joint master plan with Colfax Township. And then we worked with the Road Commission and MDOT to assess 226 miles of roads last summer in Benzie County for the asset management program. And found that 21% of them are in poor condition, but 49% are in good condition. The rest are kind of in the middle. So good job on the roads. That's actually pretty good for our region, those numbers. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I hope that gave you just a little bit of an overview of our programming and the impact in Benzie County. Really appreciate your support and appreciate Commissioner Markey's representation of Benzie County on the board, his support. He's recently joined the Finance Committee and done a great job helping to facilitate some really important new conversations overseeing our finances.
Yes,
Yep, please.
some questions. Can you repeat again how many miles you surveyed for the road commission?
226 miles.
And then can you go back also to the apprenticeships? Like what kind of apprenticeships? Can you maybe talk through that? And then how many openings do you have? And is there a lot of demand for that?
So
It's a big question.
do you mean openings for apprenticeships?
Yes.
Okay. So our role in our apprenticeship program is we serve as an intermediary.
Okay.
So we're actually designated an intermediary by the U.S. Department of Labor. So that means that the businesses who work with us don't have to run their own apprenticeship program. We handle the paperwork that is required by the Department of Labor to recognize it as an official registered apprenticeship program. That allows the company to focus more on the training and to make sure that that person has the right mentor, the right number of hours, really gets the skill sets that they know are needed. But it's also in combination with technical training in like a classroom or some sort of training provider situation. And the apprenticeships vary depending on the occupation. So we also, if we're able to work with a company and designate the program as a USDOL recognized registered apprenticeship, there might be grant support for that company because it does take capacity away from the company when they're spending time training someone So kind of covering those costs of a little bit of lost productivity as somebody's training a new person. So it might be $3,000 to $5,000 grants to support the company. And it varies. So we have apprenticeships in CNC. We have apprenticeships in, or like I said, early childhood education, medical assistant, software developer, even technical sales. Almost every occupation can be apprenticeable. And when it's created, it's customized to that company. So we have kind of standards that we can access that say, you know, probably this many hours in this skill, this many hours in this skill. But we'll work with the company to customize it to make sure that company's needs are addressed specifically. And then in terms of openings, it's not that we have openings, it's a company is really driven by the company. Typically, the company will invest in somebody who's already on their staff and promote them and then backfill that position with a new person.
So you're like a facilitator. So the company will probably likely come to you and say, I need some help. I've got this person I want to invest in. Can you help me? You know, you do your stuff and we'll do our stuff, kind of a thing.
Exactly. And oftentimes the company will come to us and say, we know we have a good worker. We'd like them to move into a new position or upskill them. We just don't know how. We don't have a framework for it. And we can provide that. We can walk them through it, hold their hand through the whole thing.
Okay. So it's unlikely that somebody's already going to be in a position and maybe talk to their employer and say, hey, I'd like to be an apprentice. I'd like to move up. And then the company would then come to you and be like, okay, I got a person and da, da, da.
They could. That has happened. What doesn't frequently happen, and I don't know how we can get there, is for a person to walk in the door of a Michigan Work Center and say, I want to be an apprentice.
Yes.
Because the stars would have to align with what they wanted to do in an opening at a company that has an apprenticeship program. So it does happen. It's just not as common.
Okay. I was just trying to understand the process.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
And when you reference Serena,
Mhm.
who was located in a different area of Michigan, was she in a program at another spot and you found? an
No,
opening?
the company went to hire her. She applied from down, she was in like West Michigan somewhere. She applied, she wanted to move to this area. I believe her partner at the time had some ties to this area. And then when she was hired, the Whistle Stop already was working on apprenticeship programs with us and put her into one as she was hired. So again, it does happen with new hires. It's just not as common.
Okay, I didn't know if placement was an element where.
Yeah, no, but it's a good thought. Good question.
Other questions or comments?
I just want to say that looking forward, as we look into the next year, we are spending more time and resources on apprenticeships, on skilled trades, on work-based training. One, because we believe in it and we know it works. And two, because as we look at changes in our federal funding, that is definitely the focus going forward. Is that we know manufacturing is, being reshored. There's a big focus by the administration on apprenticeships and skilled trades training. We believe we're already in a really good position to embrace that and move that forward.
What percentage of your budget relies on federal funding?
In the full impact report online, the last page is our financial summary for the year. Last year, it was about 48%. We get grants and new budgets throughout the year. So if you look at the end of the year, that's typically about where we're at. If you look right now, we're probably at 55%. So It varies throughout the year, but it'll be somewhere between 45 to 55 by the end of the fiscal year.
Has it increased because of more dollars or less other sources of revenue?
I think what happens is we start out the year heavy on our federal funding, and then throughout the year, we get more state funding. So it's just a distribution change.
And when you were talking about communities that you've given assistance to, do I remember right that you also helped Elmira Township with their master plan?
That sounds familiar. That might have been the year before.
Oh, okay. And just so that you know, the Whistle Stop, the county contributed money to help that business also,
Awesome.
using ARPA dollars. Is that right? Yep, good. And before we excuse you, Tim, not a lot of people understand what the role is of the commissioner at Networks Northwest, because it sounds like you serve on 3 committees, COG, the board, and now the finance committee. Can you explain at least what the COG is, please?
That is like, the units of government, the counties, get together and discuss. We have an actual formal meeting for the full board of Networks Northwest, which is a combination of the business side and the talent side. And I just be on the finance committee just because I didn't say no.
Did you miss a
He was
meeting?
one of the first ones I called.
The counties are there to represent because and there's a lot of businesses there on the full board as well. And which is a good mix of government businesses. They try to think you have a business partner from every county on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
That's an ideal situation. We'd love to have that, but we don't quite usually make that mark.
So
But we try to have good representation across the 10 counties and then industry representation as well.
it's a broad, cut of businesses in the government.
Well, and going back to the COG, that's what formed us 50 years ago, is that the 10 individual counties came together to create a regional unit of government in order to bring in federal funding to the region for workforce development. Workforce development programs were happening across the country, but they were really only going to large metropolitan areas because you had to reach a certain population threshold. So coming together became kind of a common approach across the country to bring those resources to rural areas.
And your agency covers 10 counties?
10 counties.
Good. Other questions or comments? We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you so much.
I know that
Appreciate your support.
We get to see you annually and we value the fact that you take the time to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would also like to say, we talked a little bit about economic development last year, Commissioner Donat, and I'm eager to see the presentation today. I saw it in the packet. I'm going to stick around for that. We do have a regional collaborative of economic development organizations that once you get this settled, I'd like to invite the staff person who's working on that to come join that collaborative.
Well, as you're going to learn later if you stay around, economic development is part of our strategic plan. Little by little, we've been checking things off. And there's some belief that this could be the best way for the county to organize itself. So
I think it's great. It sounds like a good partnership. I'd also like to share that one of our regional projects this calendar year is to map water and sewer infrastructure, which I don't believe has been done before. We're working with some funds from the MEDC and then also the Michigan Infrastructure Council. So when I saw that one of your priorities is development-ready infrastructure, that's very much in line with the regional priorities and what we believe will probably get attention and funding going forward.
I'm glad you mentioned that. We do have an area in our community that would probably be the #1 priority because of a start and stop they've had. And perhaps you and Rhonda could connect sometime and discuss it
Excellent.
because it's
too.
right in her district.
Okay.
Good deal.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time.
I
Appreciate it.
Thank
just
you.
wanted to note, so the 2 pagers in the packet, I went ahead and linked the entire report to our website, so benzico.gov. There's a community toggle. If you toggle over community, you'll see the impact report in there for the community.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you. Katie, do you want to introduce the next subject?
Either I can or the county treasurer can, but our next subject is presentation of our annual audit, the 23-24 audit. I will pull the presentation up online. We also passed out a presentation, and this is Aaron Stevens from Maynard Casterison.
And I might remind the commissioners that a number of weeks ago, you were given the full report.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also on our website as well for those tuning in online, the benzieco.gov on the treasurer's page. And then, yes, the commissioners were all given a hard copy. And then we have a spare hard copy in our office out on our coffee table. If anyone is really wanting some riveting reading to do, you can come and hang.
That's usually my line, but okay.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's also posted on Treasury's website. So every unit of government, local unit of government, you can find their audit reports on Treasury's website as well. So
Want me to control, or do you want to control?
I don't.
You just hit a button.
Right. All right. So I am Aaron Stevens. I'm with Maynard Casterison. A couple of general comments are thanks to the administration and staff. We know we're a disruption to the treasurer's office, so we do appreciate all the help that we get. We're also a disruption to the administrator's office. We ruin everyone's week or 2 or 3. So we do appreciate all the help. I plan to highlight what I think are the key areas of the financial statement report. And I put this presentation together as I've done in the past, not to duplicate the financial statements, but to pull information out of it and highlight a few things. I do have a full copy of your audit report if you got a specific question, but I plan to go through the PowerPoint presentation today. And what I plan to talk about is a couple of paragraphs from the independent auditor's report, what I think is important. We'll talk about what an audit is, but more importantly, what an audit is not. We'll talk about how you're doing in terms of financial health, and I'll focus on the operating fund for the county, the general fund. I did put in a slide this year. It's kind of small, but I wanted to just point out a couple things on your the funding of your pension plan. So I've got the required supplementary information slide in there. We'll talk about the independent auditor's report on internal control, and then what we have to look forward to in terms of upcoming accounting pronouncements. Yes, very exciting. So with that, the independent auditor's report is presented on pages 1 through 4 of the report on your financial statements. But I always like to remind everyone that the purpose or objective of an audit is to express an opinion or opinions on the financial statements. The purpose of an audit is not to detect fraud or give you an opinion on your internal control. And that is because fraud detection, deterrence, and prevention, as well as sound internal control, are management responsibilities. Now, if we find fraud as a result of our audit, we certainly would share that with you. It would be in the report on our internal control. It would also be communicated directly to the Department of Treasury. If we have recommendations on how to improve your internal control, we would share those with you as well. But the purpose of the audit is the opinions, or are the opinions on the financial statements. The report on internal control is a byproduct of the audit, not the purpose. As I said, I'd like to talk a little bit about a few paragraphs from the independent auditor's report. In the second paragraph of the independent auditor's report, it starts out, in our opinion, based on our audit and reports of other auditors, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. That is the important phrase. Present fairly in all material respects is what we refer to as unmodified opinions. That is the highest level of assurance that we can provide for a set of financial statements. There are 3 types of opinions. A qualified opinion would be would read something like, except for capital assets or except for long-term debt, your financial statements are fairly presented. An adverse opinion is when your financial statements are not fairly presented. And then the only other alternative that we have is to disclaim an opinion altogether. We couldn't audit your records. So I said that our opinions are based on our audit and the reports of other auditors. We do not audit the medical care facility, the road commission, or the transportation authority. We wait for their auditors to finish the audits. They provide the audited financial statements to us. We include it in your report on the financial statements, but we don't do those audits.
I apologize. I missed it. It was the medical care, road commission, and
The transportation authority,
thank you.
Denzi bus. In the second paragraph on page 2 of the report, we highlight that management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements. Excuse me, and that does include the internal control over that preparation and fair presentation. So these financial statements are yours and not ours. We help in the drafting of the report. We put them in a nice format for you, but the information that is contained within the financial statements is the county's. In the fourth paragraph on page 2, we talk about expressing our opinions. We did give you unmodified opinions on your financial statements, but what that means is that we obtained reasonable but not absolute assurance that your financial statements are free from material misstatement and not all misstatement. And really the importance of highlighting this, we didn't look at every single transaction. We make sample selections, we test your internal controls, we develop enough of a comfort level to opine on your financial statements, but we don't look at everything, and frankly, you wouldn't want to pay us to. So it took you a year to generate the information. How long would it take us to look at every single transaction? The independent auditor's report on internal control, because your audit was performed in accordance with not only generally accepted auditing standards, but also government auditing standards, this report is required to be included in your financial statement report. It is in the back. We'll touch on it again in a few minutes. We got a slide on that too. But I would like to focus on the governmental funds, financial statements that are presented on pages 18 through 23. Governmental fund financial statements are prepared on the modified accrual basis of accounting. What that means is they primarily have a current financial resources focus. So when you look at the balance sheet that you can see on pages 18 and 19, you don't see any of those long-term items like capital assets or long-term debt or the net pension liability because those are full accrual items. These are modified accrual financial statements. Should be a more familiar presentation for you. This is the level at which your budgets are prepared. The interim reporting that you get throughout the year is done at the fund level. So again, it should be more familiar for you.
Aaron, do you mind if we ask questions along the way?
Go ahead.
Then we won't have to back up. On page 18 of the report, I'm looking under Commission on Aging. You're talking about total fund balances. You're referring to the fund balance that's maintained at the county level, or is that for the entire agency?
This would just be at the county level.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And that's not, so I'm going to talk about the general fund. You were talking about a different fund, but my focus is going to be on the general fund for the county. Because what you see on pages 18 and 19 are all of the governmental funds. We have major governmental funds and then a total column for non-major governmental funds. The general fund is always a major fund. For every local unit of government, their general fund is a major fund, and that's going to be in the far left column of page 18. The balance sheet is a snapshot as of September 30th, 2024 of your assets, your liabilities, your deferred inflows of resources, and the net of those three would be your fund balance, your equity. Your total fund balance for the general fund as of September 30th was 3.7 million. That 3.7 million is broken down into potentially into the 5 classifications that you see in the middle of the slide there. And when I look at fund balance and try to give you a measure of a healthy fund balance, I take the assigned and unassigned portions. So non-spendable fund balance would include things like what you have invested in inventory, or prepaid expenditures. You can't spend it again. It's already been spent. It might also include items like if you were given a gift of $100,000 and they said you had to keep that $100,000 in corpus, but you can spend the earnings. The $100,000 would be non-spendable. The earnings typically are restricted for use. So here's $100,000, you have to hold it, but you can spend the interest on parks. So that would be a restricted fund balance, the interest earnings on that. Committed fund balance, well, let me back up. Restricted amounts are external to the county. So other people put restrictions on that money. They're giving you money, they're putting restrictions on it. A committed fund balance amount would be done at the board level with a resolution. And the only way to undo that commitment is through another formal act of the board, another resolution. Assignments can be done with a budget amendment. Assignments are management's intention for future use of fund balance, and you can assign and unassigned fund balance all day long, as you see fit. And then whatever is left, it would be unassigned. So when I look at the health of a general fund, in this case, I'm taking the assigned and unassigned portions collectively and referring to that as unrestricted. You can spend that money in any way you choose. As of September 30th, you don't happen to have any assigned fund balance. Your unassigned fund balance was $3.3 million. Comparing that unassigned fund balance of $3.3 million to your expenditures and your other financing uses, so transfers out to other funds, you had expenditures of about 7.6 million, transfers out to other funds of 2.5 million. So that $3.3 million represents approximately 33% of your annual outflows, expenditures, and transfers out. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends that you maintain a minimum fund balance in your general fund that is equal to 2 months of normal operations. So that's a minimum fund balance. If you only had 17%, you're scraping by. It's not a maximum, it's a minimum. And it's important to set, and I see it's on the agenda too. You're going to look at the fund balance policy. It's important to set thresholds and what your target fund balance should be. That's kind of the important part. The 17%, that's the bare minimum you should have. You're at 33. So you're in good financial health for the county. Statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances is presented on pages 21 and 22. Again, focusing on the general fund, total revenues for the year, just over $9 million. Revenues actually increased $768,000 over the 2023 revenues, so about a 9% increase. Expenditures also increased. You're about 7.6 million. That was an increase of about 8% over the prior year. But then the big change, and your net other financing sources and uses. So this year for 2024, you had a net transfer out of 2.3 million, almost 2.4 million, where last year you had a net transfer in of 1.2 million approximately. Last year you transferred in from the ARPA grant fund $1.9 million. Well, you don't have ARPA grant funds anymore. You already transferred that all into the general fund. So this year was net transfer out. So that was a big fluctuation. The results for the year, you ended up using $910,000 of your general fund balance. That is the first time the county has used fund balance in 5 years. So here's a 5-year bar graph, visual perspective of your general fund revenues, expenditures, and total fund balance. As you can see, revenues exceeded expenditures in each of the first 4 years. And then in 2024, expenditures exceeded revenues. So you did spend down some of your fund balance. That was by design. It was budgeted that way. You can see the effect of the ARPA funds in 2023. Your revenues are somewhat higher than the other 4 years. So you're, again, even though you use fund balance, you're still financially sound. Here's a pie chart that details the composition of your general fund revenues. Property taxes at 69%. They were 58% the previous year. Intergovernmental, which would include any federal, state, and or local revenue reported in the general fund at 11%. That was 9% in the prior year. Charges for services at 10%. They were 9% in the prior year. So transfers in, we already touched on this, 1% last year, or in 2023, I should say, they were 19%. So big shift in the composition of the general fund revenue in the transfers area. On the expenditure side, general government at 27%. That was 22% in 2023. Public safety at 21%. That was 19% in 2023. Judicial is at 18%. That was 19%. Transfers out 25% in 2024, 10% in 2023. So again, a little bit of a shift because of the transfers, the activity, and the other financing sources and uses. Required supplementary information. So this is information that the Governmental Accounting Standards Board requires you to put in your financial statements. It consists of the budgetary comparison schedule for the general fund and any major special revenue funds, as well as information related to your pension plan. So I did include that. Again, it's tiny. I apologize. There's way too much on this, but I wanted to have you focus on the left-hand column. This is the 10-year schedule that is required to be included in the back of your report. And this is just on the pension funding. So as you can see, this is measured as of September 30. It's actually December 31 of 2023. So it's a little bit of a lag. But as of 12/31/2023, your pension was 63% funded. Treasury wants you to see, it wants to see at least 60%, you're 63 for the pension plan. But you can see the trends. That's why I included all of the years. Some of the biggest fluctuations, if you look under plan fiduciary net position, net investment income or loss, that's had some big swings over the years. So in 2023, there was a net investment income of 1.7 million. In 2022, a loss of 1.9 million. So there's a lot of moving parts to the calculation of the net pension liability, and this tells you or shows you all of those moving parts. Sure.
Because this is always one that gets me. At one point, 10 years ago, we were at 71%. And if I'm reading this correctly, it was a $4 million pension liability. And now we're at almost 10 million.
Yep.
Yeah. So to me, that's a concern, but really don't know the answer to this anymore. But something we really need to keep an eye on.
Like I said, there are a lot of moving parts. Part of it is the longevity, you know, how long people live. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into the actuarial evaluation.
Well, we jumped a little bit from last year or from 22. And I'm guessing that's the investments. We
Yes.
did a little better, but they're still not doing what they should.
But as the county, also contributed $901,000 that year. And the employees contributed another 203,000.
You have to remember too, when they do these actuarials, it's based on 2-year-old data.
Yep.
You have to think about the market 2 years prior to that and where it was at. And if you follow these years and those trends and look at the 2-year-old data that they're using, it's in line where we all saw the stock market.
Right, but my concern is going from 71 to 60. That to me is anyway, thank you.
Sure. All right, the independent auditor's report on internal control, long title. This is our letter of comments and recommendations. We had one comment related to a material journal entry. It was a material journal entry related to capital assets. The capital assets in the EMS fund were overstated. So there was an adjustment there that was material to the financial statements. But that's management's response to the finding is included on page 113. It's been taken care of. It's kind of an isolated incident there. Upcoming accounting pronouncements. So pages 64 and 65, note 15 to the financial statements. This is sometimes what I jokingly refer to as the Auditor Employment Act section of my presentation. These standards will keep us busy over the next couple of years, both us and you. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board is the accepted standard setting body. They issue these statements, and these are the accounting rules that we have to follow and you have to follow. GASB Statement 101 on compensated absences defines what a compensated absence is. It requires an analysis of whether the leave is more likely than not to be used or otherwise paid out. If it's more likely than not to be used or otherwise paid out, it would be reported as a liability in your full accrual financial statements. So this statement does not affect your general fund, but it would affect your governmental activities and your business type activities and the government-wide financial statements. And this statement is effective for the year that you're in now. GASB Statement 102 on certain risk disclosures. This also requires an assessment of whether a concentration or constraint makes the government vulnerable to risk. If there are events that could have an impact on the government, such as a particular vendor that goes out of business or a large taxpayer that goes out of business that's within the county. If those events have an impact on the county's financial statements, you would disclose that in the notes to the financial statements for the county. Also effective for September 30, 2025. GASB Statement 103, Financial Reporting Model Improvements. This one is a revisit of GASB Statement 34 for those of us that have been around a little while. GASB 34 was issued in 1999, probably implemented here in 2003, maybe 2002. It was a phased-in implementation. And what this does is it revisits the reporting model, made changes to the management's discussion and analysis requirements, how unusual or infrequent items are reported, changes to proprietary fund financial statement presentation, whether the things are operating or not operating, and the definition behind that. It changes the reporting for major component units, and it also requires that the budgetary comparison information be included in RSI. which is, it already is. So it's not a change for you, but under the current standards, you had an option to include the budgetary comparison statement as a financial statement before the notes as opposed to behind the notes. You don't have that option anymore. So that one, GASB 103 is effective for September 30, 2026, as is GASB Statement 104 on the disclosure of certain capital assets. Over the past few years, there have been new types of intangible assets that have been introduced. So you've got the leased assets are now capitalized and depreciated. SBITAs, or the leasing of software, is capitalized and amortized, not depreciated, but amortized. Other types of intangible assets will need to be disclosed separately within the notes to the financial statements. Currently, that you have an option to include it all under capital assets. You got to break that out. We got a couple of years. That's fine.
Good.
It's not difficult, but it is a change.
Before you leave that page.
Yeah.
Under GASB 102, what I'm interpreting that as is lost revenue as a result of someone going out of business. Would that include then land that transfers from a taxable to a non-taxable status?
All right. If it's material, I would say yes. Yeah, you would disclose that in the notes to your financial statements.
Okay.
Yep. Anything, all of these statements, every single statement that comes out from the GASB does not apply to immaterial items. So it would have to be material enough of a transfer. We'd have to have a financial impact that's material to your financial statements before you would disclose it. But yes.
Yeah, we had a transaction last year that was significant, and it will affect the revenue, but that wouldn't show up until your next audit.
Right. Yeah. Yep. We would want to disclose it. Well, and you can, we don't typically encourage it necessarily, but you can implement these statements early.
Conservation district.
Sometimes. This one you can.
Okay.
But
what I considered is so the public understands
right.
Some of the fluctuation.
Yep, absolutely. And that's the reason behind it is the reader of the financial statements. So they can understand them better.
Thank you.
Well, we still got him here. I'm going back to the general fund.
Okay.
And you said part of that general fund is assets, correct?
Yes.
It's not cash. So when we're looking at changing our general fund policy, we need to factor in some of this is, it's not necessarily money in the bank.
That is fund balance is not the same as cash. No.
Okay.
But cash is an asset and your fund balance is the net between your assets and your liabilities and then your deferred inflows and outflows. So deferred inflows and outflows are similar to assets and liabilities. It's kind of a GASB thing, a technical lingo. But the net between your assets and liabilities, simplification, is your fund balance. So not all cash is fund balance, and fund balance is not cash. It's the net of your assets and your liabilities.
But isn't it? It would have to be liquid, right?
Well, because the general fund is reported on the modified accrual basis of accounting, yes, the current financial resources focus. So assets would include cash and receivables and prepaids and inventory and so forth. Your liabilities would be your accounts payable, your accrued wages, et cetera. So the net of those two things would be your fund balance.
But what I want to be careful of is we don't interpret that as like buildings the county owns or.
Not in the general fund, no.
Right.
No.
Okay, that's all right.
And the fund, that's the difference, I guess. Fund balance, modified accrual, you only see fund balance in your governmental funds under the modified accrual basis of accounting. In your proprietary funds, it would be called net position. Proprietary funds do include capital assets, so they're measured differently. They're on a different reporting basis or model. I don't know if that helped or muddied the water.
I may look a little confused, but yeah.
So on page 42 of the audit, you identify custodial risks with deposits in the event of a bank failure. It just caught my eye. Due to the large amounts of money that we have, you talk about if a bank fails, our money is uninsured and uncollateralized. There's not really a way we can get around that with the dollar amounts that we deal with, right? There isn't any action we should be taking on our part to minimize that risk.
There's a cost benefit to that. You can deal with more than a handful of banks, but then how long are you going to spend banking? You have to drive the next county over to make a deposit, because your FDIC insurance, you're insured up to 250,000 per type of account, whether it's a demand account or a savings or depository account. You can get more coverage, but again, there's a cost to that. Somebody's going to have to, drive the
See that
deposit.
this is standard. You see this across the board when you're dealing with entities of our size?
Is it standard? It's pretty common. There are other programs. They have they don't call it Cedars anymore. What do they call it? Is
Yeah.
it still Cedars? Okay. I thought it had some other name, but you have that.
Yep.
So you can get more coverage. But again, there's a cost benefit to having to manage all of that as well.
Just interject though. I think you better explain Cedars because it does give you coverage. You're using one financial institution, but have multiple financial institutions insuring you. So if there's a concern about one financial institution having an excess of 250,000, there's this program they use to spread the risk. So you do have FDIC coverage. Can you explain that so that everybody understands it? If not, we got a couple of bankers. We got a couple of bankers here that I know can.
I mean, you explained it pretty well. It does. So you would send your money to a particular financial institution who would then invest it in your name with other banks to get you the $250,000 per bank in FDIC coverage. So
As long as I understand it. Anything else?
I just, again, thanks to the team, do appreciate all the help. And I do apologize. I know we did wrap this up quite a while ago, and then spring break happened.
Yeah.
We just couldn't seem to coordinate on a board presentation, but appreciate your patience with that.
Board, commissioners, do you have any other questions or comments? Then I do have one follow-up. You've repeatedly said year after year how you're not auditing internal controls, or you're not looking for fraud unless you happen to stumble across it. Is there a frequency that the county ought to have a deeper dive on an audit so that we know that we're looking? I'm not anticipating it, but we know that we're looking for any irregularities?
I don't know if I have a rule of thumb or a benchmark on that, but certainly we could add, it would be a separate engagement, but we could add some internal auditing type agreed upon procedures, engagements, and cycle those. So you look at receipts one year and disbursements the next and payroll the next, et cetera. If that's something that you're interested in.
We can discuss it at a board level, but have you done anything like that for the county?
No, we haven't done that here. No.
They've only been with us 4 years though.
Oh.
So
Kelly, have we ever had anybody do an internal audit for us? How long have you been in the treasurer's office? Yeah. All right, just a discussion I'd like to have at some point in time. I'm not looking for anything. I just want to reassure ourselves that, because we're looking at it very superficially. People are bringing us check registers and we're looking at budgets, but we're not looking at transactions. And although I think we have a well-qualified, competent staff, we recently had a change in treasurers as an example. For me, if I was coming in, I would have wanted an internal audit. Would you recommend that, or do you think that it's overkill?
It depends on what your concerns are. I would say, this audit that you have that we perform is required by Treasury, that it be done on an annual basis. I kind of, when we've been asked to come in and look at internal controls, it has been usually in a transition period. Been a treasurer for 25 years. I'm retiring. I want to make sure that everything's buttoned up before I leave, so no one's pointing the finger at me after. In that we've done a number of those over the years. So it's not, again, not standard, but we do have that request.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else from the board? Appreciate it.
Thank you.
we want to take, this is an action item for us.
Mhm.
I believe you have a memo in front of you with a recommendation for a,
Nye moves that the audited financial statements for Benzie County's fiscal year 2023-24 be accepted.
Craig, second. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Marky.
we'll give it to Christie. Comments or questions? That is a roll call.
Mark,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes,
motion carried.
very good. Thank you. And I guess while we have Aaron here, why don't we move into the next item?
Sure. So the first item under old business is consideration of amending the fund balance policy. This was discussed at your last study session, when we talked about what the fund balance looked like around the 33%. And the possible uses of those dollars that are there above the 25% threshold that we have established by policy. And so you'll see in your packet a red and blue lined policy that is up for consideration. I did adjust it to allow for the additional uses of the fund balance dollars, but then there was other tweaks regarding affirmative action of the board versus the 2/3 and those sorts of things. So that's what's in front of you. This is what I gleaned based on the conversation of your study session. And you'll see here it says to cover the deficit of a fund outside of the general fund, but only at which time the deficit has occurred. And then further clarification is it is understood that the continuous use of fund balance dollars to offset operating costs is not a general accepted practice and will only be done with caution and merit. I added that in there so that we don't develop this consistency of utilizing fund balance dollars for operating. We know that that's not something we want to do long term, but when we're in a pinch and it's needed, it's understood that it's allowed.
I did struggle with, but only at which time the deficit has occurred.
Correct.
In a fiscal year?
Yes.
And I think we need to be more specific about when we use the word time, but only at such time only within. It seemed open-ended to me and I don't want to fall into exactly what you're talking about where different interpretations can be applied.
Sure. So when I wrote this, I interpreted that no matter what, I'm going to have to come to you for the allowance of the use of those dollars, but I'm not going to come to you until Kelly and I have determined that there's an issue. I don't believe in just putting funds into another fund and, maybe we'll need it, maybe we won't. This is written so that when the deficit is identified and going to be occurring, it's going to come to you for the approval of those dollars to
So-
cover that deficit.
But
we
only
could
at
tweak
such
it.
time a deficit has been determined by the treasurer and administrator.
We could tweak
Something
it.
like,
Yeah.
I don't know, and maybe everybody else is comfortable with it. It just seemed a little open-ended as to what the process was gonna be
Sure.
to bring it forward.
I think I understand what the concern is. See, I would think that this would be brought to us like at budget time. I would hope that this isn't brought to me in March and saying, whoops, made a mistake. So using the language that you proposed, that it's been identified, it actually hasn't occurred yet, but it's been identified,
Mhm.
I think is more of what we're looking for.
So to cover the deficit of a fund outside of the general fund, but only at which time the deficit has been identified by the treasurer and administrator? Is that what I'm hearing?
Better.
Mhm.
Good point.
Okay. I
Other
made the
comments,
change.
other comments or questions? We had a chance for the public's benefit at our last, I believe it was our last meeting. We spent quite a bit of time on this subject.
Mm.
This is just the result of that conversation. If I don't hear any other comments or input with the changes cited, I'd entertain a motion to accept.
I do have one thing to say.
Sure.
So resolution versus affirmative action, what is the difference between the two?
So what we've been doing is by affirmative action, by resolution would be to adopt a specific resolution each time.
Okay, so what we've been doing has been affirmative action. We're just changing that to
Yeah.
reflect that. Very good.
That's been our process. Yep.
Okay. And then we removed the word restricted
Mhm.
because,
Restricted does require the resolution.
very good. Thank you.
Anything else, Christie?
No, I just wanted those points of clarification. Thank you.
Would you be comfortable making the motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion. I move that the Board of Commissioners approve the amended fund balance policy dated May 27, 2025, which supersedes previously adopted policies.
Want to add with amendments?
Oh, with the amended section,
Section 2AF.
yes, to 2AF.
Do we get support?
Davis will support.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Rhonda,
The only-
anything else on your mind with this?
The only time we're gonna do this is if it's brought to the board, correct?
That's still the process, yeah.
It's still a process, so it won't be because when we're doing negotiations for contracts, we're hearing, well, we gotta have money for this because of this. And anyway, I like the idea as long as everybody keeps an eye on it.
I think that we remember what's been said is that we're not looking to use this as on a reoccurring basis to augment our operating budget. That should be the exception. So what you just described, quite frankly, would be part of the operating budget if you're talking about union negotiations.
Well, my concern is I don't want the policy to be every time we turn around, we need more money for this, more money for that. That was just one of the examples, because I've seen it in the past. And comfortable that there's enough eyes on this to hold it.
Well, the advantage we have today, in my opinion, is that we're doing a more effective job of our budgeting. We now have a capital plan that matches a capital budget. We're using a contingency fund as part of our budgeting. So we're not having to run and ask for these exceptions all the time. Management has considered what those needs might be. And I guess that's my safety net.
And our baseline of 25% fund balance still exists.
Still
This
stays
is
the same.
just giving an opportunity to utilize that 8% difference that we've been made aware of by the last audit for a little bit broader usage.
Correct. And I want to reiterate too that this doesn't give Kelly and I the ability to move money. As you recall, with our processes, all budget amendments come to the Board of Commissioners, anything affecting the bottom line. Well, as soon as you need to utilize that fund balance to, move and whatever, that's affecting the bottom line, which requires your action of approval before it's done. So this doesn't give Kelly and I the ability to just use fund balance. It gives us the ability to come to you to ask if it's okay.
I do need clarification on something you said. I thought in our discussions during the study session, we acknowledged that there may be legitimate times where a need would require us to fall below 25%.
I don't think that's what this action addresses.
No, so as a result of the study session, we touched on that, Art, a little bit, but the consensus of the board at the study session was we're going to move forward in kind of a phased approach. And this first phase is to expand the use of those additional dollars, but we haven't brought forward any change to that 25%. The consensus was to keep the 25%, expand the use of any overages we may have, and then maybe later we could come forward with a change to that 25%.
All right, well, let me ask the question differently. If we had a legitimate need, let's say we're at 26%. We have a legitimate need that could take us down to 23%. If we came to the board could make that decision
With a 2/3 vote.
with a 2/3 vote,
Yep. by
probably with
resolution.
an understanding of how are we going to get back to 25% also.
Yep. So, because if you know in the policy, it says we will strive to maintain 25%. It doesn't say you shall. And so in a pinch such as that per se, this board could take action to go below the 25 because the policy says we will strive. It doesn't say we shall.
Okay. Yeah, that satisfies me. Other questions or comments? If
Just
not,
want to point out, audit,
nope.
we had a year before, because of all the ARPA money, that fund balance was huge. And I just, and I think all the members of this commission understand that, but that could be the example that would really throw a loop in things later if we decide to spend. Anyway.
But what I want to be certain of is that there's a legitimate use of those funds if it's building up.
Mhm.
Well,
It-
I mean, I would say I'd hope we don't have to go there. We've been informed that a 17% is a bare minimum.
Right.
And when you start, proposing, well, if it's needed, should we drop down? I'm very comfortable at 25% where we've set it. I think it's responsible. I think it ensures a nice buffer. You keep referencing perhaps going below that. And I guess, do you anticipate something coming down that we're not aware of?
Not at this moment.
Okay.
No. I just want to make sure that there could be compelling reasons. And yeah, we were told 17% is like, that's your bare, that gets you through your audit and it gets you a qualified audit, I guess, or is it unqualified, but unmodified audit. It gets you there. I understand the reason to be at 25%, but if I'm hovering at 25%, I have no history that ever says to me that I've ever needed anywhere near a 25% buffer. I've got a capital need somewhere that makes sense. I want to be able to bring that to the board.
So if I'm doing my job correctly and Kelly is, there shouldn't ever be this need, right? That would bring us below 25 because we're tracking these things with the capital plan and our maintenance schedules and, we're long-term visioning for things. So if we're doing our job well, pending a catastrophe, we should never be in this situation, but there's always a catastrophe. What something burns down, I don't know. I mean, insurance doesn't always cover everything. So maybe in some sort of catastrophe like that, I could see we're bringing something forward, or there's this absolute huge maintenance need that we did not project and we have to do it within, that might be a time. But really, if we're doing our jobs well and keeping track of those different maintenance items and capital items and our future long-term visioning, there shouldn't be a need.
And the way it's written right now, it meets everything you're concerned with. I'm not asking for any exceptions today, just asking that there is this reality out there that I can't anticipate. If I could, we'd budget for it, but I don't know what it is.
Right.
Can we address the motion on the floor?
Sure. Let's go do roll call.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. Good discussion, folks. Next subject is allocating funding to support economic development. Norm, could I get you to take a place at the podium, please?
I will note that my motion has a typo and it's for up to 5 years, not up to 3 years of a commitment.
Norm, would you introduce yourself and your titles, please?
Sure. Norm Plumstead, and I'm the current board chair of the Benzie County Chamber of Commerce. I'm also the president and CEO at Honor Bank.
And I appreciate the time that your group has put into this. Would you like to, we've talked a lot about this already at the board level, but do you want to give a brief background about how we got to this point?
Sure. So I also in the past several months have acted as the chair of the working group, which is what we've described in your board packet. And it, is comprised of 3 members of the EDC and 3 members of the Benzie County Chamber. And Steve Arwood kind of led us through some discussions to get us to this point of where we're ready to, I guess you're going to formally consider funding this public-private partnership.
In the partnership that we're describing, we're not breaking new ground here. This is a organizational structure that's shared by other communities.
Well, yeah, that's something that I've come to learn over these, past few months, because I'm not an economic development professional, but, I've seen it in action in Grand Traverse County between Traverse Connect and Grand Traverse County. Then also Mason County and Manistee counties also have similar arrangements where the county will be an investor in an economic development organization or a chamber in the case of Traverse Connect or the Manistee Chamber. So, yeah, so and it's done. It's been done up in the UP, and Steve also talked to us about how it's been done in Shiawassee County. So I don't think that we're reinventing the wheel here with this idea of a public-private partnership.
In addition to that, one of our board members on the county EDC also serves on the Manistee and Mason County,
Yeah, that's correct.
and they have the exact same structure there also.
Right, yep.
Sure.
Yep.
Can you share a little bit with what the total budget looks like, and so that they can understand what the county's contribution is compared to the total budget?
Yeah, our working budget, we're proposing in round numbers of about $200,000. The county's contribution would be $40,000 of that. It's going to be incumbent on the chamber to go out and fundraise and seek additional investors from the business community to come in and at much more substantial levels than has previously been invested into the chamber, and commit for funding between 3 and 5 years to get some businesses, hence the private component of it, to fund this kind of restarting of the chamber for this economic development purpose. So about a $200,000 all-in budget. County would fund $40,000 of that for the next 3 to 5 years.
And by organizing yourself this way, this gives you access to dollars from the private sector as well as potentially grants from the public sector.
Yeah, that's right. We've worked hard to get to a point where we've got the workings of what I think is a really solid business plan to be able to take to not just the county, but also importantly, other businesses in the county to be those funders. And then we can go out to, folks like Networks Northwest and other capacity building or organizations that could provide grants for capacity building purposes. I think long-term, we would want to be, mostly grant-free and, funded from combination of, investor revenue and programming revenue, but then augmented by grants.
So the monies that we're talking about, we're not asking the county to do 50% of that. We know that, as I remember it, the state of Michigan put together a ruled, Jane, you might know better than I, rural development.
Right.
By organizing this way, that gives us a better opportunity to access those funds also.
Yeah, that's right.
They want to work with communities that are doing something to help themselves. By partnering with the private sector, this shows that we're making that move. I think it's got to be acknowledged that it's going to take 3 to 5 years to see something really material. And that's why we need to make that investment. There's no guarantee. And I know, Norm, I've known you for a long time. You're a guy that gets things done, but there's no guarantee that this will work, but we need the opportunity to make it work. And I think we've talked quite extensively about whoever we hire is really the key piece.
Yeah, that is the next phase of this. Is we're going to have to go out and hire a CEO or executive director, whatever we're going to entitle the position, but a CEO, and this first hire is going to be, quite consequential. Steve, gave us some ideas and counsel about the skill set and qualities and kind of where to look, but this is a hire that we don't want to miss on, because really there are they become the point person for economic development in the county. That's the way I would view this person.
And we've been able to demonstrate where if we have somebody that's focused on an initiative every day when they wake up, things happen. And broadband is, of course, the best example we have in the last few years. The county invested, Katie, how much again?
Close to 1.7 million.
1.7 million in our return on investment, both through private sector dollars and grants, 15 million.
Yeah, well over 10.
Yeah. So we know that this works, but we've got to dedicate somebody every day that's trying to make this work. What would that person in the first 2 to 3 years, the person you bring on board, what does it look like they'd be doing? I know it hasn't been formally adopted yet because you still have to put the board together, et cetera. But what might that look like?
Well, it's a variety of things. One thing that we haven't touched on squarely here is advocacy and the role that the chamber and the head of the chamber would play in advocacy. So I think that's hugely important to make connections between our state legislators and what's going on here in Benzie County. It's also going out and, visiting with businesses, seeing what they need to grow their business, to retain their business. We mentioned, or what was mentioned earlier, is a map of water and sewer. Or the needs in that area. And I think getting that across the finish line, a viable water and sewer plan, would be leadership that they would also engage in. And then just strictly business attraction, right? Drawing businesses to the area might not otherwise look to settle here. And I was doing a little bit of research the other day, both for the purposes of this project, but also for the bank as well. And I was astounded to learn that over the last decade, Benzie County has lost 20% of its prime working age population. So that's 30 to 49 years old. And at the same time, Michigan is held relatively stable, and Grand Traverse County has actually grown that segment of their population. So Benzie County's overall population has grown, but we've lost it in this prime working age population. And so to me, that would be a prime directive of this CEO, which is to, how do we create more, family sustaining jobs in Benzie County? Because that, it just has a huge impact on our school system, the viability of the county, people starting small businesses, tax base. And so a long answer to a short question, but those are a few of the things that I would envision them doing on a day-to-day basis. And then I guess the last thing I would say is that, and we've mentioned this before, but I think it bears repeating, we want this to be considered a one-stop shop for the needs of Benzie County businesses. So whether it's growing their business or a new business coming to town or helping navigate maybe a regulatory challenge or connection with a legislator, they can pick up the phone and contact this person, and they'll be able to guide them.
And when you talk about infrastructure, I also think about natural gas. And to me, that's probably an easier thing to initiate than even water and sewer, working with DTE. Gary, I know that you had mentioned early this year that was a priority in your area.
I haven't got at it yet, but I did reach out a little bit. It's the cost to the individual. No people that have got it along where Smeltzer Orchard Company brought it down US 31 and down Joyfield Parkway. And at that time, the hookup fee was only a couple $100. Now it's $3,000 to $4,000. So it's it's gonna hold it back. I don't know how far DTE is willing to go. I am gonna get the calls.
And I think if we had a professional working with them also,
Yeah.
that would keep looking for opportunities, just like when they went down Homestead, they were able to reduce the cost of hookup for people going down Homestead. There must be other opportunities to do that, but we need somebody that's exploring those opportunities for us, not just hoping that it happens. Anything else that you want to add, Norm?
I guess I'd just close by saying, I think we've got, the time is right and the opportunity is now, right? We've got to, back to this shifting in age demographics, got to work to arrest this trend. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves in a county where it's all, second homeowners and retirees. And that's an important part of the community, of course, but only one segment. And so I think the time is now to take the opportunity.
So the board knows we have the chamber and the EDC board, county board, has been working through a contract. We're not moving it anywhere forward right now until the action's taken today, one way or the other. But we've got it in a couple of different drafts forms. Some of it our attorneys already looked at. We'll need to bring it back to them. But that portion of it needs to be completed yet, but we didn't think it was good use of legal counsel, depending on what happens here. Let me open it up to questions. We tried to give you as much information as we could.
Honestly, I think it's a great idea. And I think it's a needed thing. Like Norm said, our kids graduate and they leave. Mine did. There's not the business here. There's not the work that a young family can get started and build a home and do stuff, Average price of homes have skyrocketed. Don't know how to cure that, but the only cure is a job that pays exceptionally well. And, it used to be $80,000. I just heard it yesterday. A family making $80,000 could afford a home. Now you better start at 100, 120. That's pretty difficult to achieve in this county. And we have to focus on that kind of growth somehow.
Well, as I was told years ago on this subject, no one can help us until we help ourselves. This is a way to help ourselves. And we've got an agency in the community that's willing to pick up the torch on this and make it happen. And I believe that they have the talent to make that happen. And the county will be a voice on that board. Gary, would you be willing to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll read the motion. The Board of Commissioners, that the Board of Commissioners commits $40,000 annually for up to 5 years
5 years.
to support economic development services performed by Benzie County Chamber of Commerce with funds available in the general fund.
Did I get support?
Davis, a second.
Open it up to dialogue again.
I think it's an exciting proposition. I think there's a burden on you to find the right person to
Yep.
carry this torch. I just want to be clear that the funding that's being allocated for this, is it being taken from other needs? There were funds realized that an interest account from previous EDC investments. Is that correct, Art?
I'm glad you brought that up. We could ask Kelly to speak to that if you wanted. That was an important piece I should have brought up. Sorry.
The answer is yes. Yes, there's from prior year EDC, we have kept that fund open and have been accruing interest in it. So that is available for future EDC.
And there's enough in there for 5 years.
Probably, yeah. I think, yeah, as long as, keep accruing that interest, I think we'll be good.
So we would not be taking money away from other initiatives that were needed.
I think that's an important point.
Correct.
to make.
I think that's very important.
The public needs to be aware of that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't come out sooner because I was a no vote.
I'm glad you thought that it should have been at the top of my mind, right?
Mhm.
But I want to acknowledge Kelly and our administrator I came to them and said, is there a way that we can fund this? Because I knew that was a logical question. And they came back and it was like we'd waved a magic wand.
Yes, did a little digging. We've had this fund for a while and I wasn't sure what it was because we've been sitting on it since 2017. So yeah.
That brings its own other questions up, but I don't want to go there today.
No.
All right, thanks, Kelly.
Yep.
If there's no other questions or comments, I'd ask for a roll call, please.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Trigg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes,
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
motion carried.
outstanding. Thank you, folks. Norm, thanks for being here today.
Yep, thank you all.
Get her done.
Get her done.
Does that mean we're going to a short break?
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break. It's 10 to 11.
Now you are.
Now we're back in session. We're under new business?
Yep.
You want to introduce the first subject?
Yes, so the first item under new business is the purchase of a maintenance truck. As you've probably seen when you drive by, the maintenance truck, which a lot of times has the plow on it, is quite old and used. And so it was planned in our capital budget to purchase a new truck. Kyle Maurer was able to obtain multiple quotes from multiple area car dealerships on a new truck. This did go before the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee as well and had some pretty good discussion. And all in all, the recommendation to the Board of Commissioners is to purchase a 1-ton or 3/4-ton regular cab truck for not to exceed 43,309 from Watson up the road. Oh, it's a 1-ton, sorry.
Entertain a motion?
I'd make the motion.
Mark, you'll support.
Do you have that?
Yep.
All right. A roll call, please.
Sauer,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay.
I might add that a lot of people don't realize, but because of the small area that we're dealing with here, it's better for the vehicle to be out running periodically than it is just be idling around and going slow. Every once in a while, they got to breathe. It's better on the truck. It's better on the chassis. It's better on everything. So it doesn't surprise, it shouldn't surprise you that the current truck we have right now is in the condition it is, because they just don't get a chance to get out and get everything lubricated and get out and, bang the tires around a little bit. So we would go through them faster than the normal person.
Maybe we'll have to send Kyle on the postal runs. Now that
Postal run.
It'd have to be the overnight postal
Right.
because, Beulah's
That's
right
what I
here.
mean.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't have that.
Do take it down the road every once in a while. I don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, but it usually stops at Watson Benzie.
I will note too, the truck is old. It doesn't have a ton of miles on it, because it doesn't get out and get going. But it is quite old. But if you're interested in a Dodge truck, it's gonna be for sale.
Enough.
Kyle, you're just gonna have to drive faster around the campus.
That guy right there,
Yeah.
won't let me do that.
So will the old truck go on my bid?
Yeah.
Very good. Would you like to introduce the next subject, Katie?
Yes. Oh, no. Did we take action on that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Voted, yep.
Great. So the next item is also related to the maintenance department with Benzie County, and it is a 2% tribal funds grant application. This would be to purchase a tractor, not a huge ag tractor, but a tractor to be utilized by both Ken and Kyle. This would be for various reasons: mulch movement, clearing of sidewalks, potentially a salter. Lots of uses for maintenance. And so this also has been brought to the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee to discuss the need of a tractor. Ken and Kyle were also able to get some numbers as to what a tractor would cost. They went to Jillison's and Ginnups and a few others. They looked at John Deere, Mahindra, Kubota, all the things. So we have put this application together, Kyle and I, to the tribe for this tractor. We're really hopeful that we're able to get this grant for the tractor. If we are not, the tractor is on our capital plan for future planning, if we're unable to get grant funding, but the idea would be to get some grant funding to purchase this piece of equipment.
And this is a 50% match, right?
Yep.
And the 50%, did I hear you just say that we've identified the source of funding?
Yep. So we have this planned on our capital plan and budget.
Very good. Would someone like to make a motion?
Mark, you make the motion that the Board of Commissioners approves grant application for the tribe council allocation, 2% funding for the Benzie County, authorizes the chair to sign.
Craig will second.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Greg,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thanks for being here.
So the next item on your agenda is to adopt a resolution related to the 911 surcharge. When we submitted the prior action that has already been taken related to the surcharge, the state bounced it back and said, hey, we need some language within the documents because there was a recent election related to the surcharge. And so what you have in front of you is a resolution that is to the specs of the state's wording for this surcharge. So what is in front of you today is to essentially approve this approve this resolution and supersede the old action that you've already taken, so it meets the standards of the state.
Craig will move that the Board of Commissioner adopts resolution 2025-014, approving the annual 911 surcharge collection and remittance July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, maintaining a $3 per device surcharge for central dispatch operations, which supersedes the action taken by the Board of Commissioners on April 1st, 2025. April Fool.
April Fools.
Did I get some support?
Davis will support.
Had a
Thank
board
you.
meeting that day. too.
April Fools.
Other questions or comments?
They did, do you?
The one observation I want to make before we take the vote is you've acknowledged that we're going to have to supplement this. In the next year, we need to develop a plan.
It's faster than a year. It's this summer.
Okay. All right, very good. Roll call, please.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs.
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
motion carried.
Katie?
The next item on the agenda is approval of moving to the cloud with our BSNA softwares. As you know, we utilize BSNA softwares for most of the functions of the county, from general ledger, accounts payable, receivables, DTRF or delinquent tax, those sorts of things. So BSNA is pushing everybody to the cloud. Right now, it's more of a, hey, do you want to jump on the cloud? We'll get you on the list. But eventually it's going to be, you shall go to the cloud or we're shutting down your services. And so we're trying to get ahead of that and move forward sooner than later. We have sat through, Kelly and I, some demos of BSNA. I will say we talked about BSNA at my conference last week as well. BSNA is very expensive. And municipalities are feeling a little bit of the, this is quite expensive for what you're giving us. But this is the suite that we utilize, as well as the townships. Most of the townships, I think all of the townships now are on BSNA, right, Kelly? Or close to it. One village. Yeah. So, but this would be to move forward. This, we were able to get them to lock in the annual cost for 3 years, which is not something they've done in the past. And the one-time fee upfront would be $172,000. And then it is tripling the annual cost thereafter. We have identified some funding within the tax administration fund to cover part of this. There's also potential for DTRF dollars and fund balance dollars to cover this upgrade. We also went through the modules and we removed the modules that we don't really need to ensure we're not paying for those. We're going to the new annual licensing, so that's going to be a BSNA pulled off the list. We also are no longer managing the fixed assets with their system. We're having our auditor manage the fixed assets, so that was a deduction too from the total cost. But it is about $172,000 to implement and just over $90,000 annually thereafter. And this is to put it on the cloud.
Someone like to make a motion so we can get it open for discussion?
I'll read the motion just so we can talk. That the Board of Commissioners authorizes the customer order form with BSNA for the upgrade to the cloud system for its modules in the not to exceed amount of $172,000 with funds available in the general and tax administration funds.
Can I get support?
Markey will support.
You.
So is this the only game in town?
Yeah, that was my question.
There are other
Is this the only
softwares
game in
out.
town?
There's other softwares out there. I know that some municipalities are moving to other versions. I don't know what they are because BSNA is hitting, and So their cost also is based on our size, right? And the volume of things that we're doing. So you look at ours, just imagine what Muskegon County is. Muskegon County is fighting the conversion and are looking at outside. Now, mind you, Muskegon County is on a way different ball field than we are. But so just imagine the cost for a big county though. It is not the only player in the field. I don't know what else is out there. But I will say Benzie County has been with BSNA for a very long time. We've worked hard to get our townships and others onto BSNA so they all talk seamlessly. So if there was going to be a change, I would recommend that we have those conversations with the locals as well to try to go at it from a holistic approach. Because some of the townships, Elmira, I think specifically, has already moved or is moving or agreeing to move to the cloud. Crystal Lake, sorry. So we want to make sure that if we're having those conversations, we're involving everybody, because right now we're on a seamless system.
Kelly, you'd like to add something?
Well, keep in mind the 172,000, 80,000 of that is to climb on board. The other 91,000 is the annual.
Mhm.
So it's $80,000 to switch over with, and that includes all the training. And then it's $91,000 a year. But then we don't need the server for BSNA anymore. It is the cyber protection. It's iCloud. We won't need that anymore. I'm looking forward to, we kind of jumped on board now because if let's say we wait 3 to 5 years from now, we could be triple the 80,000 to come on board. So that's why we're bringing this to you now. We're budgeting for this in October. So this first payment wouldn't happen until the next budget year. And then once we get started, we are locked in contract for that 90,000 a year for the first 3 years. And I'm looking forward, I mean, my office probably uses the most of the modules, the general ledger, delinquent tax, cash receipting. We don't have animal licensing anymore, but there's a couple of other ones that we use. And I'm looking forward to it because it's going to give me more opportunities for taxes along the way. We have this problem with people not getting their tax bills, people calling in. I didn't get my tax bill. Now I have to pay late. I have an option of emailing with iCloud, emailing these bills out because of the way our postal service has been delivering lately. There's a lot of different options out there by upgrading. I think that's going to be beneficial to our office as well.
What are we paying now?
About 30,000 a year.
Correct.
So it is tripling the annual cost, so we will have to figure that out. And the annual cost majority comes out of the general fund. We do break it up among the other funds, based on the users. So it's not just one big hit to the general fund. It is going to be broke out to the jail fund, EMS fund, dispatch, and so forth. And we do that based on the users.
This increase obviously is going to affect the township somehow.
We had a talk last week on the possibly getting most of them on board. Yes, there is yes, it is a significant increase, but by talking to Michael, even at IT is completely on board. He'd like to see everybody out there come on board. And I'm hoping by connecting them together, we're going to try to put together one meeting for everybody. We can get some discounts going to get them on board. But that's the other thing with taxes, since I am the one preparing the database, I am the one that has to send it out to them. So we have to have some sort of connection. Going off of BSNA might not be an option if all the townships and villages have BSNA, because how am I going to export their database to them? Right now, we've got only one township that prints their own bills. Nobody else is willing to. That was pretty much said last Thursday at our meeting. They're pretty happy with me making sure the database is done and reconciled and sending it to the printer and they print it out. So.
If you could fix the post office. Anyway,
Yeah, I can't do that.
I just don't see an end to this. I look at this as a beginning.
It is. I was tussled
Right, but
about
there is a
the
cap.
increase
I mean,
next year because they increase by the CPI every year. They don't give
Or
us an
less.
amount they're increasing by. So we went to them and said, hey, we need to lock this in. They were able to lock it in for 3 years. But on the 4th year, I don't know what it's going to be.
Well, it does say in the contract, it's either rate of inflation or 5%, whichever's less. So can't go up more than 5% a year, which can be extravagant, but hopefully we can keep our rate of inflation down again. And
Paying or paying 30,000 to 90,000 a year just for usage and then the extra. Whatever you said it was. Wow, a lot of money.
So Kelly, you mentioned a couple of things that we can forego going forward. The file server.
Yep.
Uh,
Don't need a server for it. We don't need the cybersecurity for the iCloud. Obviously, we need it for other aspects of the building. But I would think we should be able to save a little bit of money on that.
We'll still have to pay for it to access our network, so it doesn't go away. They're gonna manage it on their end because it's in their cloud, but for that access between the two, say, filing cabinets, we have to still manage that access.
so there's really no savings.
No.
In terms, and, you know, history shows that as time goes on, technology becomes less expensive, not more expensive.
Would think.
But that's not the trend here.
I think, I mean, I don't know what to think at this point going forward. I think as people, I mean, I'm being told there's about 1,800-ish municipalities in the state of Michigan. 500 to 600 of them have already transferred over. So we're almost halfway there.
Okay.
And I think a lot more are going to be coming on board. We are at least a year out from this happening. We wouldn't be able to get on board until next, probably August, September, because that's how backed up they are. So part of me is wondering if it's a supply and demand in the economy of the expense. And then as we go on, maybe things will start
You're
to,
talking August 26th.
yeah, of next
So this
year.
might not even be something that we spend the money on in this upcoming fiscal year.
No, we will. We got them to agree to not charge us until 10/1 of 25. So we're gonna pay in the next budget year. Otherwise we'd be paying now as we approve this contract. But we were able to get them to say they won't bill us until the next fiscal year because I said I couldn't figure it out here in the next couple of months.
Even though it's not being implemented, they want to get paid.
Of course.
Well, I believe there's a
PSA
payment,
person.
there's an invoice payment. They didn't specify the actual amount, but it's to lock us in. So we are ready to roll. We would not get charged the 91,000 though until the following October, I do believe.
Okay.
Do you have a BSNA person that you deal with? I find it odd that you're charged with coming up here and defending their extravagant price increase.
Well, we're working with a young man called Dominic right now. He's been extremely busy. We just I'm sure there's a way we could get him to come here. We could talk to him and see what his time frame is like to come talk to the board.
Love to have them come here and justify what they just did.
Or if nothing else, let them do the presentations based on the investment. So I'm going to show my lack of knowledge, but the cloud. Now, when I think of that, I feel like we're more exposed to breach on a cloud than we would be otherwise. Can someone put those concerns to rest for me?
They are claiming being on the cloud.
So you're looking to me to defend this.
I'm just looking to you to explain it a little better than I
So-
can.
Yeah.
Answer to your question, Art, is it's probably more secure than what ours is here. But on the flip side, because they're a larger organization, they're probably on the radar to probably be targeted more often. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
But being up in having them host it for us does relieve us of worrying about doing backups, making sure that there's redundancy built in. We don't have to worry about uptime. If we lose power here, they can still be working from home, or on their laptops, whatever. I mean, I can access Homesteads right here. I mean, I just pulled it up, Homesteads on the cloud. But for security purposes, they're probably more secure than ours. Like I said, but they're probably targeted more often.
So, no, please.
Is there any concern about ownership of your information? Do I remember correctly when we had to switch from QuickBooks Desktop to online because they literally aren't allowing you to do desktop anymore, that there was concern about owning your information, that when it's in the cloud, it's owned by the administrator?
So I had that very same question in some other aspects. Some of the other hats that I wear. And I've come across where the vendor said, no, this is our data. I'm like, no, that's my data you're hosting for me. They said, no, we own it because our software contains it. And that would be a question I would ask, but I'm not as concerned because of all the governmental agencies involved. The government has requirements for record retention. And I'm assuming that BSNA is going to have to adhere to those record retention policies.
They only service municipalities. They don't,
Yeah, so
they don't work with any private entities.
year round of that wouldn't be as big of a issue for me. Like I said, because of the legal requirements. But like I said, I had the occasion where, I have like the township ask, who owns the data? And if we decide to end the contract, how do we get our data back? In what format? Because I don't want them just sending me reams of paper and say, here you go. It's like, no, I want it in a very specific formats where I can import it into a new database or however I want to choose to do it there.
So kind of a follow-up to that question. You hear about communities that get breached and then they're held hostage. Does that eliminate that risk for the county in terms of having to pay a fee to release your data?
So we got data here. And when I say here, I mean, we have other software programs that we use, right?
Mhm.
And if somebody were to come in and breach Benzie County and install a damaging virus or whatever and say, hey, we got to pay us or we're going to delete your data. But now we have data in the cloud, and if they could breach BSNA, then they could probably breach a lot of municipalities, not just ours. We wouldn't be like probably the sole entity they would be looking at.
Right, they're looking at everybody.
At least I wouldn't think.
Right.
They'd be looking at all the customers of BSNA,
Mhm.
at least maybe on that segment of how they have their databases and how they're secured. You might have several databases on certain servers that they're using. It may not be one big instant.
Well, and BSNA is claiming that will probably most likely not happen at all. Doing
How
that.
can they-
I mean, it's on the cloud. They're claiming that we're,
They
do
guarantee
that.
that.
Maybe.
I
Yeah.
mean,
They
like he
can't.
said, it's being held with them. It's not being held in our server. They're not gonna, if they breach us, they'd be breaching BSNA.
So they would pay the ransom to get their encryption key back?
If you've got 1,800 municipalities that were breached,
That's exactly where my.
They
question
wanted to
was
stay
going.
in
Yeah.
business, they would pay it.
right?
Okay. So that does take some liability. By doing this, it takes some of that liability away from the county too.
Correct.
We look at assets at this point. We have some assets designated for BSNA. Those assets are going to be freed up. Do we use them somewhere else? Do we sell them? I mean, I don't know how big that server
The
is.
server is end of life and is budgeted for next fiscal year, so you're not saving nothing.
How much are you budgeting for that server though?
Not to exceed 15,000.
There's 15 right there. 15 of the 30 or whatever that was.
80.
It's only 1 year
80.
though.
What's that?
That's for only 1 year.
It's only
Yeah, but
just,
the 80 is only one time too.
Right.
right, but we're
Yeah, but
still
the-
tripling the annual
Tripling.
cost.
Triple
Yeah.
annual.
I-
I'm a
I
very
get it.
big party for that.
But I'm trying to look at what is the net cost. My questions have been answered as well as they can be.
Right. But keep in mind going forward, if we wait, we could be looking at quadruple or 5 times as much as locking into, and then going up the 2 to 5% each year after that. So that's the only reason why we brought it to you now.
So I would think that if we were to get a rep that has the authority from BSNA to come and give us a presentation on the benefits of moving to the cloud and justifying the tripling of our annual cost. We might have an opportunity to, because they're working within profit margins, I'm sure they are. Hopefully maybe, and I'm sure you guys do a good job at saying, oh my God, I can't pay that. But, you know, we hopefully might be able to get them to,
I mean, we're looking at saving time too. I have to update every other week, every 2 weeks on the 15th and 1st. I have to actually do the physical updates. I will sit in my office for an hour doing all these updates, whereas with BSNA Cloud, it's done automatically. I don't have to do it. But if the updates aren't done timely every 15th and 1st, then it could cause problems down the road for our software if
It's
something's
an
not.
$1,000 a year increase. It's
Right.
just this.
They're going to say it's because of cloud storage. That's always the excuse by
They have,
anyone who's moving.
they
to the
have it,
cloud.
we need it. They're gonna charge for it.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the cloud storage. I mean, we're using the cloud for a lot of our daily operations now, and that cost increases as the more you put in the cloud. So that'll be a big justification given for the cost as cloud storage cost.
And this year it's 60,000. Next year it could be 90,000. 3 years from now, it could be 115,000. So I'm trying to be proactive and, yes, it's 60,000, but if
No,
we wait another
nobody's-
year.
And
it could
nobody's
be more.
directing their dismay at you.
No,
You
right.
know, you should know that. Yeah,
Right.
I think it's inappropriate that you're the one that has to come deliver the message about their product.
I kind of was the one that jumped at it and did the work. So, I wanted to be proactive. I've been to a couple county treasurers and treasurer meetings and listened to a lot of other people, getting onto the iCloud and asking questions at the meetings. And, it seems like a good step. And like, I wish Michael was here because he has a lot of knowledge on BSNA. He's been to a couple different demos with us as well, and he's excited about us coming on board.
I think
So-
it's a good idea to move on board to the cloud with this. I'm just having heartburn with.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
me
I understand.
Now, does the cloud version talk to the .NET version for townships that haven't updated?
No,
No.
no, that's why I'm pushing it at their level as well, because once
Yeah,
they
no.
all come on board, then it will talk. I don't have to do these exports. All I have to do is go out and they call it a fetch.
Mhm.
I can fetch that database from them or they can fetch it from me.
Okay.
So it'd be a lot less hassle, especially when you have new treasurers out there that don't understand. And especially if they don't do their updates at their level as well,
Right.
then they're sending me a product that's not good and it kicks me out. But what if one time it doesn't kick me out and I got bad product in my database of 13 townships? Then I've got to, and I do backups. I do a lot of backups because of that. But with this, we'll be able to talk to each other a lot easier and less chances of bad databases.
I can tell you that my support's coming really from two places. One is, it sounds like you guys have done a lot of research on this and asked a lot of questions. I trust that. The other is that you've got townships that are already on BSNA. They probably are going to go through the same cloud conversion that we're talking about today.
Yep.
So that the systems continue to talk together. And to
Right.
me, that's pretty compelling. I don't like the cost either. We could put it out for bid, but then we're jeopardizing the connectivity we have with the townships.
Correct.
You guys have been working really hard to get the townships on this, haven't you?
We've, like I said, I had a meeting last week. We talked to them. I have one village and one township coming on board. Township's coming on board next month, Crystal Lake Township. And I know there's a couple of other, Benzonia and Homestead. I think you guys have iCloud and not on tax, but something else. I was
Okay.
told.
Depends on both villages and the township are on BSNA.
Right, but Karen told me she has cloud for general ledger.
Yeah.
So,
Homestead doesn't have a server, so I know
okay,
that because I do their IT stuff.
yeah. I can't remember what Homestead said they had, but it wasn't tax. I know Benzonia's got, or maybe Homestead was just talking about it, but Benzonia has general ledger.
I know Inland plans to go to the cloud just because they don't want to have to learn a whole new program,
Right.
and you're not going to be able to have the .NET version. So
down the road. I mean,
For them to do it.
right now, I know BSNA has come out and said, we're not going to not give you support for .NET, but we're not looking to do any more updates on .NET, which if there's people out there that don't have BSNA yet, which there are a couple of counties out there that don't, they're not willing to pay for the, do the .NET thing anymore. So people decide to change. And I know they have a good portion. I think they've got 85% of Michigan up and running on BSNA, something like that.
Is there other questions or comments before we call for the vote?
I just have one comment, and that is, I don't see the townships jumping on board right now with this. And if I buy something and I can't get the guy that's selling the product in front of me, I probably won't buy it. So, and I commend you for doing all this work, and I understand where you're going. But this cost is way out of whack as far as I'm concerned.
There's no other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye. No. Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
No.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
motion carried.
If at all possible, even after the fact, if we could get the vendor or the vendor's representative in here, I think that'd be good.
Yeah. The next item on your agenda, if we're ready to move on, is related to EMS Station 3. We have talked about EMS Station 3 for quite some time now. It did go to the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee. They approved moving forward with an RFP. We published an RFP. We had several vendors show up to a mandatory walkthrough of the station to really see a lay of the land. And ultimately, we only had one complete proposal come forward to us. The Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee, we discussed this proposal, we discussed the project, and the Buildings and Grounds Subcommittee ultimately made a recommendation to this board to move forward with TMF Building and Contracting. He is a local vendor to Beulah. I did include a copy of his proposal in the packet for you, and he is proposing a $207,000 roughly project. He also has committed to getting folks in there by the first of the year, pending anything wild, right? So we're disappointed we didn't get more than one proposal, but it's kind of the nature of the game. The folks that we did speak to that did the walkthrough, is a pretty small project on the grand scheme of scales. And so we're guessing that that's probably why some of these folks didn't end up putting an RFP, because the project is quite small. And so those larger agencies, you're not getting as much bang for your buck.
This builder didn't include a 10% contingency.
Yep.
Too in this, so those are usually used, but it's a nice buffer to have in there.
Yep. And we have funding for this already. So this is a budgeted item. It is within the budget we had set aside as a, as an estimate as how much this project was going to cost. The motion is a not to exceed 208,000 because I always round up. So that's rounding up from what the proposal is. Other than that, that's where it's at.
Members of the subcommittee, identify yourself, please.
You gonna yell at me now?
No, but I am going to ask for your input. Typically, we're asking for 3 bids. You've made that effort. You're by bringing it here, you're saying, let's make that exception. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely.
We had that discussion during our building grounds meeting
Yep.
about not having this vote.
Okay. And I know there are occasions that that's going to happen. We've already experienced it before.
Yep.
But I just wanted to be on record that you guys have vetted it. You understand we're sidestepping our policy.
Yeah. And so we talked about too, it wasn't a matter of maybe we didn't publish it well enough. We had more than 3 vendors actually show up to walk the property. They just chose not to bid.
It is that time of the year for these contractors. I mean, if they're not working right now, you don't want them.
So you're saying we don't want this?
I'm guessing he's working right now. He just allocated, or his timing was perfect.
Local builder, we've spoke with, Commissioner Nye, for instance, has utilized him in the past for a private project. There's other folks who work within Benzie County who know of his work and have seen his work. So he does a good job from the feedback we've received.
We had a very good experiences with Travis, hard
Good.
worker.
So we know about outcomes of his previous jobs up till now.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't reach out to him personally to bid on this. He responded to the way we advertised. But my husband and I have worked with him in the past and he did a good job.
Oh, that's important, because we have had some misfires where we've had projects, in fact, there might be one we could cite now, I won't. But where we've had some misfires, I thought we had the right people in there to do it. And now we're having more heartburn than we want.
Yeah, it was published in the newspaper. It was on our website, and the Home Builders Association also picks up our RFPs, so it would have been accessible to all of their members, the Home Builders Association, and so it went out to quite a few individuals, that's for sure.
And I know it's a small project,
Mhm.
but who's going to be overseeing this?
Tom and I.
I'll make a motion that the Board of Commissioners authorizes contract with EMF Building Contracting LLC to complete the expansion project for EMS Station 3 in Frankfurt, not to exceed amount of $208,000 with funds available EMS fund. Such contract subject to approval as it was formed by legal counsel and authorizes the chair to sign.
Craig will second.
Any more discussion? This is going to sound like a lack of confidence, but you guys feel like, even if it's a small project, you feel confident that you can identify things that are done incorrectly during the course of the construction and that you can make sure that they're done correctly?
I know a guy.
Yeah, I agree with Katie. Yes, we can oversee this project, as well as he still has to conform to all legal standards of building codes and so forth.
Heard all this before, Tom. Sorry, but
No, I hear you.
okay. All right. Call for the vote, please.
Markey,
Yes.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloff.
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, let's get her done.
So the next item in your agenda today is regarding funding to support the Benzie Human Services Collaborative. This is for $3,000. This transaction has been approved by the DHHS Maples Board. I did include that request in your packet as to what it looks like. This funding was budgeted in the general fund at the request of Jennifer Savage and DHHS. They came before you last year during budgeting and asked for an allocation of $3,000 for social welfare programming. They didn't say what that programming was, but it was for social welfare programming. And this, I did check with legal counsel. The Human Services Collaborative does meet the standard of what social welfare programming could be. And so what is in front of you today is to concur with the action of the DHHS board.
Craig will move that the Board of Commissioners concurs with the Benzie County DHHS Board's action to remit payment of $3,000 to the Human Services Collaborative and authorizes administration to issue payment.
Anybody want to support?
I'll support.
Further discussion?
I think this is within their budget and they have the right to do with it whatever we've already allocated their budget. I don't think our action is necessary. I'm going to say that. I think that this board declined to support this because we appropriate funds to entities that are involved with this collaboration. And at the end of the day, this is an entity that has its own budget and they can do what they want with those funds that have been allocated. I'm surprised to see this before us again. And I'm not sure it's necessary that we vote on it if the allocation's already been made. I understand there's this motion and support already on the table, but at the end of the day, this board decided not to approve that $3,000 allocation again, because we fund entities that are supporting the collaboration.
I
So,
have a question. We don't generally approve DHHS's funding anyways.
Yes, we do. This
Yeah.
is a general fund allocation to that board.
Our,
So Benzie County, many years ago, 10-ish years ago, they used to set aside funding for the DHHS Board for social welfare activities. They stopped doing it because it was seen as, you know, they didn't have the money to spend extra, right? So they have not allocated any funding of the general fund for social welfare activities in 10+ years. Last year, we were able to budget it within the fund and not have an issue. You know, there wasn't a scrape to pull somewhere to make this happen. So the $3,000 was budgeted within the general fund for social welfare activities. They have asked that it go there. No, it does not need to come to the board. However, because of your prior action from an administration standpoint, it gives me comfort to issue this payment with your approval because you've previously declined it. And in 10 years, when somebody looks back, they see I issued a payment, they're going to think I went against the board. So I want to make sure there's that extra, hey, we understand it's okay because you've previously declined this action.
So Katie and I had this discussion. I encouraged and supported the fact that it come here, even though it's under her authority, because of the reasons that she's already said. Just a little background. I've talked to 2 of the 3 DHHS board members. They acknowledge that they didn't know about the previous request to us. All they knew was that DHHS was asking to use this money out of a budget that had already been approved. The comment that was made to me by the 2 board members are, do whatever you guys think is right. We're not going to react one way or the other, whatever you do. You said something that I want to make sure I understood you correctly. We approved this as a budget item earlier this fiscal year. Maybe we'll be more cautious when we approach the next budget, but it's really well within their authority to spend. And as much as I hesitate because I feel like this is a little bit of an end run, maybe it's not either. It's being requested by DHHS. The last request came directly from Human Services Collaborative. So they're really 2 different people that are making the ask. I understand the appearance.
Yeah, I look at it as an end run. And I also look at it as if I had known at the beginning of the budget process that this was where that funding was going,
Right.
I would have refused it, but I'm just one vote.
Well, no, that's I'll tell you what, as far as I'm concerned, I learned from this, but I'm going to be a supportive of it because we approved a budget. We didn't condition it other than it had to be used for what purpose again, Katie?
Social welfare activities.
They're meeting the parameters. If I was an agency, I don't know how I would feel if I thought I was working within the rules and then I got my chain jerked.
and the fiduciary on this is Grow Benzie.
Yeah, they're the, you know, they're the ones who bring it together that support the collaboratives. So yes, they're the fiduciary.
Next time we do the budget, I hope DHHS downstairs sitting and.
Well, it'll be a line item that we'll have better understanding of asking questions for it. Any other comments or questions? Let's roll call it.
Nye,
Yes.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Sauer,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay. I guess you can release those funds now.
Thank you. So the final item under new business is related to the Airport Authority and their 25-26 budget. Brooke was here earlier and the chair allowed her to speak earlier, not sit through our whole meeting. And so I hope all the questions were answered. What we're looking for you today is approval of their budget.
Look for a motion.
I will note by approving the budget, you are agreeing then to the $15,000 allocation.
Which is the increase from last year of $12,000, right?
Yes. Although we last year approved 15, but only allowed 12 to be spent, and then they had to come back later for the additional 3.
Which we gave.
We have not given them that 3 yet. Because
You've been
we're,
asked.
yeah, it hasn't been asked yet. But it is sitting there for when Brooke makes that specific request for the 3. So it was budgeted.
I'll tell you this, that I think that our relationship with the airport authority is much improved. They're doing a much better job of keeping us up to date on what's going on. They are not the roadblock to getting the documentation updated. I would like to see them be fully self-funding at some point, but can I get a motion? Hearing none,
Trig moves to,
there's no motion in here.
oh,
Yeah,
I
so
know. Trig moves.
Craig moves to approve the Frankfurt City County Airport Authority budget as presented.
Thank you. That's what I move.
Mark, you will support.
All right.
Good motion.
Any other questions or comments? You've got us spoiled, Katie.
I have a question.
Sorry.
Dave, please.
We have the upcoming special meeting to discuss the whole contract. And is this locked in stone if we end up moving forward without Crystal Lake Township, or, I mean, do we know any of this?
I'm pretty confident that Crystal Lake Township still supports the airport authority. So I don't think that this, I would still think that they would want to participate. I know they want to still participate.
Where I would hesitate, go ahead, please.
Oh, I'm choking here, just.
Where I would hesitate is if they were asking us to increase the amount to offset Crystal Lake Township, and they're not.
Okay.
Is this time sensitive? Is this anything that we could take action on after, to Commissioner Davis's point, after that conversation happens? Just so we know where all the players stand as we move forward on this? Is this?
I am not under the impression that it is time sensitive in the sense you'd have to do it today. They do, if I remember correctly, have a July 1 fiscal year. Is that correct? Yes. So there is still. Oh, so there is time.
But depending on the outcome of that meeting, would that change their ask for us anyways?
So can I move to
Potentially.
table this motion?
Potentially.
Well, I guess Robert's rules allow you to do that.
I did move.
Well,
Or
but we
we-
already have a motion on the floor
Is support.
Second.
and a second. So you either have to withdraw the motion, or which the mover and seconder need to agree to withdraw, or you take it, it fails, and then you could table it. Well, tell me when to bring it back.
Do you have any comment? You're representing the airport authority? Okay. All right, so we have a motion with support on the floor. Do you want to withdraw your motions?
We can, I mean,
No,
Yeah.
we
I
can't,
can't-
he has to do that.
no, I have to, doesn't have to start with me.
He has to as well, right?
Oh,
Yeah, you have to both agree to
I
it.
mean, is it necessary to, their budget has been,
Their budget is their budget. You've
Right.
only agreed to 15. They can't get more out of you unless you agree to more.
And the only thing that would change from that upcoming discussion is Crystal Lake Township's no longer involved, and the airport authority says, I need more money from you. Well, that would have to come back before us.
Correct.
I don't think what's gonna happen on June is going to affect this.
Sounds like we got till October.
Well,
No.
Well, there-
No?
you know, it's good faith of us, right?
Thank you. If you'd identify yourself and your role.
I'm David Spraggins. I'm on the Airport Authority Board, Crystal Lake Township appointee. No, Crystal Lake Township's not going anywhere. I think Katie explained process. They would have to ask to be removed, and they're not. We just say it. So, and we'll be here for the meeting.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's just a timing issue, but it's, Brooke brought it up, wants it to be considered.
I'd feel more comfortable with the agreement. That's the only thing that's open.
But
Well,
I mean, there's not an agreement in place now for them.
But to be fair, a memorandum of understanding is not legally binding, right? What's legally binding is their bylaws, and they're in the bylaws. And so I think a memorandum of understanding is just kind of this cooperation piece, and that's what that is. And so I don't think that they're looking to not cooperate. I think everything, I think we're gonna come to an agreement on June.
Hate to outthink somebody else's opinion. And guess we'll find out. They're scheduled to come in at the next study session. Next meeting.
But even if they choose not to agree, is that going to change what we would approve here? It may or may not, but I think going forth in good faith, saying that, yes, we agreed to this. I don't think that's going
I
to
look at
affect
more as
anything.
an incentive to motivate them to do what's right. Turn.
But the authority's still gonna stand whether they're part of it or not. So the authority still has their own budgeting approval powers. It just comes for you to confirmation as one of the founding members of the authority. The authority is still going to exist whether Crystal Lake's part of it or not. Period. But
Okay.
if you pull them out, there's really $15,000 that's in the whim if they were to pull out. Other than that, this budget's gonna stand.
and it's already been discussed, at least with me, that they may not come back to us for the additional money, the 7,500 that they would need. They may not come back to us for it. But this is not about leverage with Crystal Lake Township. This is about the airport authority. And I'm not sure why we're getting it so early, if it's September 30th.
No, they're on a July 1 to June 30th budget as it stands. They're requesting to go to a fiscal year like the rest of us, 10/1 to 9/30, but this budget as presented is a July 1 fiscal.
Okay, that's why we're getting it now.
Yeah, and we approved the fiscal year.
The signatures I signed to get the fiscal year moved back. It's been sent to the auditors and we just got it approved last week. So it will be pushed back to 9/30 this year of 2025. And then the new budget year starts October 1st.
My final,
Gonna change the numbers then? Because you're adding.
She's going to keep the numbers as is. Because we're going to finish this fiscal year with what we have with our money from this last year. So we're going to finish out these last 3 months with the monies we have approved last year.
What happens between July 1st
Right.
and September 30th?
surplus.
She won't, well, no, she'll still be bringing in hangar rental and the things that go with that. And we don't pay out till October 1st anyways in our fiscal year. It's just what it's going to do is it's just Frankfurt won't pay out theirs until October 1st. Normally Frankfurt starts paying their $15,000 out July 1st. They pay $1,000 a month. But that will be pushed back. That's the only thing. So they're losing $3,000. That's it. They'll still have all their other money.
But they need a budget to manage that money. So
They're using the budget from the prior year and pushing it out 3 months.
Would be.
Right.
But she,
So this needs to be updated then to reflect a 10/1 fiscal year, because this is saying it's a July 1 fiscal year document. So she'll need to provide that.
Depending on when she sent that in to you.
Yeah.
They got approved at the end of last week.
I don't know, Tammy, when did we get it?
Now there's more confusion.
There goes that confusion.
So
I got the email last Thursday, Friday that they were approved for the new fiscal year.
After the
So it
budget.
must have been after she had already submitted.
Yes,
They usually send it in Wednesday or Thursday.
yes.
would it be prudent? I'm good with tabling it now, because
I am too.
So you're withdrawing your motion?
well, we're drawing my support of the motion.
Yeah,
And you
Okay.
could
I'm okay with that. I think we do need to understand
Yep.
the timing of the budget. I think we need to understand that. I'm okay with that.
I'll support.
All right.
Need to vote on that?
Yeah.
Is that roll call? All right, we have a motion on the table or a motion to table this until a future meeting. We have support for that. Any other discussion? The only thing I want to say is that I want to be very clear that the airport authority has done everything this board has asked them to do.
Yeah.
This is not a reflection on our relationship with them. I'd like to think that this is really more about you're changing your fiscal year. We need to understand that
Yes.
more than it's, we lack confidence in you and we're not approving your budget right now.
And because I think for a table, when you table something, you have to be specific when you're going to talk about it next, right? Or it could just fall off. Is that
No, you
correct?
You
should-
just said to a future meeting, I thought.
Yeah, but you should give me a date.
Yes.
We give it the second meeting and next month is
June.
June.
Do you have that date?
I apologize. I just want to make sure it doesn't drop
Yeah, I
off.
think you're
Thank you.
right.
All right.
A date or no?
All right, let's do take the vote. All those in favor, signify.
Just the question about why it was changed, why the fiscal year was changed. I want to tell Brooke what the question is.
Someone help me.
We have a budget in front of us with inaccurate dates based on a change that was just approved. So we want to give her the opportunity to update her documents to reflect that change.
Okay.
I already emailed her too.
And I guess part of the question would be is, what are you doing to bridge between the end of June and the end of September?
And I think the reason for the change was to try and get on the same fiscal year as the county.
I trust there was legitimacy. All right,
Great.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Here we go.
So the next, we're into committees now on your agenda. And the first item on your agenda is reappointment of Jeff Bobley to the Betsy Valley Trail Management Council. He has served on the council now for a couple of years. He's a great asset to the council. Gary can speak to him. He's the only application on file. His term did expire in April, but it's on our website. We've been waiting for folks who may be interested. He is one of your appointments. There are various appointments on this council that are made by the other jurisdictions, the Village of Beulah, the Village of Thompsonville, and so forth. But he is one of your at-large appointments to the Management Council.
Gary, would you like to make that
Yeah.
motion?
That the Board of Commissioners reappoints Jeff Colby to a 3-year term expiring April 15th, 2028 on the Betsy Valley Trail Management Council.
And I will second.
Any questions, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor signify. Roll call, that's what I meant.
Roloffs,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Janat,
Yes.
Markey,
Yes.
aye,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, we're to commissioner reports. Tim, let's start with you this month. What else you got? And I thought we just did that. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, thank you. Trying to
So-
push the meeting, I guess.
Yep. So the Benzie Transportation Authority, we do have openings on the authority. So I would encourage folks to turn in their applications to our office. On our website, you can find the application link to fill out to turn into our office. There are multiple positions available to my knowledge for the Benzie Transportation Authority. I didn't know what else you wanted to add to that, Chair.
Nothing today. Anything else, Katie?
Mm-mm.
All right, now we're at commissioner reports.
You still want me to go?
I still like you to go.
The Homestead Township Board met, for the most part, things are running well now at the township. The board is actually working like really good together, which is really nice to see. They're implementing some new software called Quantum that tracks cemetery plots.
Quantum's still around?
Actually, that's pretty, they're talking down to like less than a foot. So they'll actually have a GPS plotted, everything.
I used Quantum 15 years ago for cemetery management. That's why I said they're still
Oh,
around.
Evidently. Buildings and grounds, we covered most everything on there. Networks Northwest Finance Committee. Jeannie was here, did a presentation on year-end report or their yearly report. The Finance Committee is made up of mostly all new members. There's just a couple legacy members on that committee. But we've been going through a lot of training and education stuff on that committee, which is kind of helpful. Got to sit through their auditor went through their findings. Both organizations, Networks Northwest and Northwest Michigan Works, got a presents fairly in all material respects. So good audit. We'll review their current financial statements. That's all I have.
Questions for Tim? Bob?
I have not attended. I did not have any meetings to attend since our last meeting.
I'm jealous.
That's the first time in a long time.
It was a memorial attended yesterday.
Very nice. Yep, nice crowd, and Third Armored Battery came with their cannon again. Yeah, I thought it went off very nice. We had a nice guest speaker yesterday. Art Eisner works at the vet center in Traverse City, so he came out and talked about what Memorial Day was, and it was a good turnout. I thank Gary Sauer for being there and representing the board as well, so it was a good day. Rhonda was in the crowd. I didn't see her. Vince was in the crowd.
Not that it matters, but I paid my respects privately after the event.
That's okay. Nobody's keeping track.
All right, Wanda?
Thank you.
Sure, I had a couple meetings since we last met. There was the Village of Beulah. It was reported at that meeting that their sewer project is at somewhat of a standstill. They said due to Eagle. There is going to be a Beulah sewer project update June 4th at the Mills Community House at 7 o'clock. I'm not going to say any more about it because I'm going to wait to be updated myself. July 5th is the art fair in Beulah. The Village of Beulah has started conversations with the president of the Village of Lake Ann, and the purpose of these conversations are in regard to sharing a village manager. Apparently, Dan Hawkins has some familiarity with village managing, and they're reported this in a very positive way, that it could be a workable solution for both villages. I will report more as stuff develops. The village gave a draft master plan. That was a very long discussion going through pretty much page by page. The Village of Beulah approved a tri-share arrangement. This is the first time I had ever heard of this. I brought it to Katie's attention. She had not heard of it at that point in time as well. This is a healthcare option for daycare where the state pays 33%, the village pays 33%, and the employee pays 33%. This is a benefit they approved, and they're offering it to their part-time and full-time employees. And it also applies to daycares and day camps for the summer months. I attended the Benzonia Township meeting. They're currently involved in 4 lawsuits where the township is named. They approved doing an appraisal on the township building, and were surprised at how much that appraisal would cost. So at a recent meeting, they rescinded that appraisal and then presented two market analysis from two different realtors. This was just asked of these two, it wasn't opened up, so any real estate, but they got two market analysis. One came in at 525,000, one came in at 530,000. And they went with Caldwell Banker to list the township building, I believe at the 525,000. They are working with, oh no, that was Beulah, sorry, jumping around here. They also approved the MyBid furniture proposal for the new building. And they have purchased speed signs, which are solar powered. One's gonna go on Nichols Road to slow down people going around the lake there, and then are gonna figure out where they're gonna put the second one. I attended the Building and Grounds meeting. We have already discussed and determined two of the issues that were talked about. A couple of the other things that were discussed is getting the wood refinished in this building. Before we had carpet in the main areas, they had a floor cleaner that would throw up water. If you walk down and look at the base of where the wood slats go, it looks like we had a flood at some point. It's very water damaged. And so we just kind of batted around ideas of what we might do to remedy that, whether it could be stained or wainscoted, or so that's being talked about. And then we also declined to act on a proposal for the dispatch heating and cooling system apparently. And we have Rebecca here. Apparently they're struggling with keeping a consistent climate over there. And the work was done by Bob's under the development of the new dispatch building when the addition was put on. But it was, the technology was there, they knew what we were working with, but it is not integrated into our IT system in a way where Ken can see where the levels are set. And it's a problem. And I think the consensus of the Building and Grounds Committee was that we need some answers from Bob's, why they can't control their climate effectively. Because that's part of the deal when you do heating and cooling. So I'll leave that there and let Gary speak to more of that if he'd like to. Gary and I sat down with Dan Thorell. This was a meeting requested by Dan from the health department. He was interested in opioid funding. The health department has come before us in the past with a couple of proposals that we declined to fund. He was interested in knowing if there were ideas on our radar that didn't seem to be being proposed. And so we just had a brainstorming session. I think it was productive. But I would not be surprised to see them come forward with some different proposals in the near future. Then the the township, Benzonia Township, had a special meeting, at which point they accepted 2 letters of engagement from 2 separate attorneys. And made it very clear that they were not going to determine which one was general counsel and which one was special counsel. They had a FOIA appeal from Eric Van Duzen, which they approved a 10-day extension on to June 12th. They proposed to amend their attorney use policy. That was not supported. This is going to be discussed further at their next meeting. They have 5 candidates to date for a new zoning administrator. The interview committee is going to be made up of members of the township board, Matt Weber, who serves as the chair of the planning commission, and Mary Pitcher. And then a selection would go to both boards for approval. And 4 scanners were approved for purchase, and one of the new trustees asked to have access to the bills by virtue of use of those scanners prior to the meetings, because currently they're getting their information when they arrive at the meetings. Other than that, that's all I have.
Any questions or comments? Regarding the applicants for the zoning administrator, their experience is different than most, where the people are having a hard time getting zoning administrators. Are these qualified candidates, at least based on paper?
We haven't seen anything. It was just reported at a meeting, at this meeting, that there are 5 applicants. I have not seen their resumes, or I don't know even who is applying.
Okay, that's great for them.
Yeah.
Because in most communities, I'm not hearing that they're struggling to find somebody.
Sure.
Thank you. Christie?
Sure. So, I went to a Memorial Day ceremony in Frankfurt, with the Girl Scouts. So we thought it was important to go with the Girl Scouts. We were surprised that, we were expecting more, but it was still very good. They played taps and then they had the firing of the guns into the bay, and, my daughter and the Girl Scouts picked up the,
Brass.
yes, the brass, the shell, the blank shells. So that was very nice. But I think next year we'll go to Benzonia. But there was a nice crowd there. But if it's my understanding, Benzonia is a bigger production, yes?
Mhm.
Well, very well. So yes, I did that. The EDC, I think we talked quite a bit about that already. And let's see, I also went to City of Frankfurt and Crystal Lake. And I don't have my report written up, so I apologize. I have all my notes. I usually have yesterday. My schedule's completely gone. I usually do that Monday mornings, but it was a family day, so I apologize. I don't have my report written. So I will submit that written report after the fact, so I apologize.
Anything else? Good news for you is that we don't grade you.
Yeah. You don't have to submit a report.
We all do.
But I feel like I should, because you know, it's kind of a one-stop shop, you know, when I send that out, and then you all don't have to go looking for all that information, so.
Well, clearly I agree with you, so. Gary?
Anyway. I'll hit the main point right off the bat. On the 15th, I was blessed with a new granddaughter.
Congratulations.
Jean, 7 pounds, 13 ounces.
Very nice.
Exact same weight as our boy 5 years ago. So now I've got 4 granddaughters. Anyway, that'll be interesting. Went to Gilmore and Weldon after our last board meeting. Weldon hired a code enforcement officer. Gilmore's working on a salary study. Also, went to Benzie Bus, my first meeting. They voted a new board in. The chair is Jeanette Fahely. The vice chair is Dave. Secretary Brian Halliday. Treasurer was Doreen Strange. Interesting meeting. We'll leave it at that. It's something else. Also went to Village of Alberta. And I'd like to thank the sheriff again. I reached out to him. They had a dead swan on the Betsy Valley Trail, but it wasn't on the trail. And anyway, with their help, we reached out to the DNR. And their philosophy is if it's not on the trail, we're not going to remove it. So let nature take its course. Did not make a lot of people happy at the village, but how it goes. I also went to the TC Tourism Awards. That was really a nice presentation. That's a whole different group of folks there. The guy from Shorts Brewery is basically the big winner, but it was nice to see them giving awards for their people. And Traverse City was named one of 10 best places by Wall Street Journal worldwide to visit. So that's pretty exciting. I do have their pamphlet here, but wish they'd do more for Benzie County. We'll work on them. Anyway, it was interesting. Buildings and ground, that got covered. And the discussion with Dan got covered. I think pushed Dan in the right direction. Thought it was very productive, and I think he's one of the better hires that we've ever made, Art. Thank you for that. And then I did APs, so that's about all I got.
So certainly on behalf of the board, congratulations to you and your family with the new addition. Don't corrupt that kid too fast, okay?
Can't get at her real quick, but I did, I did get down there the next day. So I'll work on her.
So Dave, first impressions, your first meeting, at least sitting at the table.
More organized than I'm used to. Think every township needs a Katie.
It's helpful.
Inland does have Katie.
Yeah, he won't come to meetings though.
She carries no authority, so.
She ran that one election. She said she's
Yeah,
not coming
I don't
back.
think I've been back in the hall since then.
So Dave, have you had a chance to sit down with Katie and anybody else for some type of orientation?
Sat down with Katie, yes.
Very good. Let me know if you want any follow-up,
Okay,
okay? Be glad to sit down with you also.
all right,
Look forward to working with you.
appreciate it.
If I could circle back around, Rhonda, anything happening on a move-in date for the Benzonia Township Hall, anyone?
It'll be in June, I believe. They bought furniture. Now they're waiting on that. So I think it was pushed back to mid-June
You're on track then for that?
unless something else comes up.
Yeah, okay.
No guarantees.
So out of my report, the only thing I really want to bring to the attention of emphasize is that the road commission is transitioning now for the season to 10-hour days, 4 days a week. And that includes administrative staff. So they'll be closed Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then 10 hours a day the rest of the time. That's all I have.
Got a question for you.
Mhm.
At the Northern Michigan Counties Association, you put in here state septic regulations are still being debated. Earlier versions have been modified. Modified how?
Okay, I appreciate the question. So at one time, they were looking at having an inspection every 5 years. That's off the table now. There's some discussion about having it every 10 years, but there seems to be some movement afoot to adopt something very similar to what we have in this county, and that's point of sale. And that's where they stand right now. The roadblock to it is the Realtors Association. Realtors Association, which is probably one of the most powerful associations, lobbyists in the state of Michigan, says, I don't want to be the watchdog for this thing, so we don't want it. I don't know, works here in Benzie County. When we implemented it in Benzie County, we went from approximately a 15% failure rate down to 3 now.
What was the local entity that just approved? It was point of sale within a distance from open water. Did anybody see that?
Was that
It
Leonard
was
County?
either, no, Leelanau is the same as
Leelanau did
us.
their
Their
own-
point of sale. They adopted what we have, but I think it was Grand Traverse or this,
Yeah.
yeah, and that was an interesting approach.
That's been brought up before.
But that's the short of it, Tim.
Oh, one more question.
Yeah.
What do you think of the LEPC LPT meeting?
Because it was the first time that I sat in it, I just was like a sponge absorbing information. What I thought was interesting is that it was the various reports from people that I would never get reports from. So I'm not volunteering, but it was useful for me. I had nothing to contribute.
Well, thank you for going for me. I couldn't make that day.
The
It's an interesting meeting to go to.
bill's in the mail. Thanks for asking. No, I found a good use of my time. I didn't go into the meeting thinking that. If they had better leadership at that group, Rebecca does a great job, by the way. She leads that group and does a great job with it.
No.
It was great.
Speaking of being
Was it
organized.
County?
Yeah, it's in the ticker.
Anything else, folks?
Just wanted to comment when he said the real estate. One of the complaints was that when he took me to that meeting in Grayling or whatever it was, or Roscommon,
That's common.
it was, well, we could lose a sale because of this.
Yeah.
That was their biggest concern when, well, you've heard, Eric talk about it, and they get it done within 3-4 days. So I'm thinking, you mean you can lose a sale? especially if you know ahead of time. They just don't like to actually be some accountability is kind of how I would. They're the
I'm gonna-
ones.
I'm gonna tell you, it's to the buyer's benefit.
It's to everybody's benefit.
Yeah, I did my house on a VA loan and they require it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you go through a conventional financing year, they require it. It's just the way it is. And the banking industry for years has been a watchdog on various things that you just incorporate it, and it works here in Benzie County. Anything else, Gary?
No, that was it. It keeps circling around in the same two Congress, or I guess they're state reps that are pushing it, and one senator. They just keep bringing it back, so I don't think it's gonna get pushed too fast.
For me, the big obstacle is local control.
Mhm.
But the decision's always better when it's made closest to the constituent. And that's just a fact. Katie?
Sure. Just a few things for me. I was out part of last week at Crystal Mountain attending a conference. At that conference, we went over a lot of great things. This is the annual conference that every year just the administrators get together. So there's no elected officials or other folks there. It's just the administrators. And we went over a lot of things. So one of the things that we went over, and I've brought up here, I think just once before, is regarding the trial court funding. So as I had talked about before, the state was having us do an audit, time-stamped audit, financial audits, to discover what it costs to run the courts in Michigan. And we talked about the potential of court employees becoming all state employees. So we had an update from the trial court, this whole court committee. And the big takeaway for me was the court employees will remain county employees. They will not end up being state employees. However, they are working to implement what they will call a maintenance of effort fee. So what that would mean is, based on the financials that we have given them, they will determine average costs that it takes for Benzie County to run the courts, and that will always be our fee. And then the court would then supplement anything on top of that. They're also having a report done that will tell us how many employees we're supposed to have running our various courts. And if that report shows more employees than we currently have, it would be up to the legislature to allocate funding to pay for those additional employees within the courts. So there's an establishment of a maintenance of effort. Anything on top of that is going to become the issue of the state of Michigan. Kind of like the MEDC office, we have a 50% maintenance of effort cost of the cost to run the office down there, and then the state covers the other 50%.
Does our prosecutor fall inside that bubble or outside?
Outside. So this is just the court. So this is part of Tammy's office for circuit court, district, and probate courts. This is not the prosecutor's office, no. The other part of that I raised concern about was that every year this maintenance of effort is going to increase, and it's going to increase based on the average of 3 years of taxable value increase. And so I said, well, what do you do for an instance of Benzie County where our taxable value has increased anywhere from 6 to 12% over the last 3 years? However, we've continuously rolled back and never reset our millage. At some point, we're gonna intersect, and we can't make muster. And so that was one of the items that the committee wrote down to take back. Those are feedback items that they wanted to hear. So just a fun fact. Right now, it costs about $827 million to run the courts in the state of Michigan. That's just a fun fact for you. Of that, they're predicting about 545 million of that would become the maintenance of effort that all the counties would have to pay. And then anything above that would become an issue of the state specifically. We do have this really nice handout that they gave me that I can scan into all of you if you'd like to look over it just a little bit closer. But the big takeaways is maintenance of effort, and the employees will still be county employees. Specifically, they would not be state employees. Pretty interesting topic. We then talked about health insurance and the very bleak outlook on health insurance across the board, not just for Benzie County, but for everybody. We talked about the trends in those who are working versus not working, the trends of Medicare and Medicaid, it looks very bleak. The costs are continuing to rise. The working population age is continuing to rise, which is then having an adverse effect on all of the businesses who are offering insurances. So something we'll be tracking, every year. I did just hear from Advantage Benefits Group, Priority Health is looking to come in at 10%. That is good. Don't shake your head. That is great. They locked in at 12.9. They're coming in at about 10. So that's huge for us because that's less than we were locked in at. But it's just going to continue, right? And so we're going to have to be very creative about the benefits that we're offering and how we're offering them and those sorts of things. We also had a class on FOIA. We went through a lot of FOIA things, and that went really well. We talked about some softwares that are out there to help you manage FOIA specifically. And we talked about the benefits of having a designated FOIA coordinator versus just tacking it on to staff, like, what we do here. We talked about the benefits of that and how they can focus on that and manage these requests better. And, there's more of a facilitative hand holding in the process. So we talked about that a bit. And then one of the things that we talked about, which I'm going to ask you for permission to do, is we talked a lot about MERS and the MERS retirement and how the MERS retirement doesn't have great rate of returns compared to a lot of other investments out there. MERS continuously is having problems with their reporting as well as their management of our records. I heard horror stories from multiple counties about things that had happened to their staff and to their retirement plans. And it looks bleak, right? And there are many counties who are leaving MERS and going elsewhere because it's just, they're fed up, right? So many, many years ago, MERS was created. There was a whole membership pool, kind of like the MMRMA, voting membership. The state was involved. Well, then during a governor's term, they changed that and they took away a lot of the rights of the members. And now it's more facilitated high level and things have there's been some issues. MERS doesn't use outside sources for, evaluation of actuarials and stocks and things like that. Everything is internal to MERS. So there's no diversification, as you could say. And so what I would like to ask from this board is the opportunity to explore what else is out there and bring that back to the board for discussion as to what makes sense going forward for Benzie County. I'm not saying MERS isn't going to be the answer, but given the feedback from numerous counties that I received in these conversations about the issues that they're having and how they've changed and they're getting better rates of returns for their staff, I'd like to at least explore it if the Board of Commissioners is okay with myself doing that along with Kelly, the treasurer. I'm not saying we're going to change, as I've said. I would like to explore it. I mean, just like we look at contracts every 5 years and other things, it's good business to make sure what we're doing is the right way of doing things. So if the board would be okay with that, I would like to explore that.
So Katie and I had this conversation. I encouraged her to bring it to the board before she takes any additional steps on her own. At any given time, majority of the board is concerned their frustration with MERS. One of the things that I object to is what seems to be wild fluctuations in their actuarials. But more importantly is their return. I've seen years where their return was 1/3 of what a market might be doing. I don't understand it. They've never given me a good explanation other than, well, we have parameters that we work in. Well, some of the people I compare them to also have parameters. They're working on other pension plans and they all have parameters unless they're managed exclusively by the employee and the employee has more latitude.
Yeah.
So as a consent, I'm sorry, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, some of the large counties have their own pension plans that they manage internally. And then some of the smaller counties, they're switching to Hartford and they're switching to Mission Square and there's various others out there. And it was because of the constant issues they were having with MERS that they thought, well, we should look and make sure this is the only option. And in reality, it may have been just about the only option 25, 30 years ago, but it really isn't the only option anymore.
I certainly wouldn't be anxious to want to manage that ourselves. I don't believe we have the skill sets to it, but by consensus, would anybody object to having management look at some other options just to share them with us?
Totally support that.
Objection.
Okay.
Okay.
Kelly and I will work on that and see what else we can, glean. I'll reach back out to some of those specific counties too that are doing it or have done it, see what they're looking at. And we'll bring that back to you in the future. So overall, really great conference. It was great to see everybody. It'll be at Crystal Mountain again next year. So it's kind of nice for me because I don't have to travel so far away. So that's really cool. In July, I will be speaking on the Michigan Municipal Executives panel. It's on Friday, July 25th. So I will be in Mount Pleasant speaking on that panel. I'm the sole county representative for Michigan. There's a city representative and so forth. And we're going to be talking about the effects of state and federal funding and how that impacts our local municipalities, especially with various pending changes at the federal level and what that looks like for the county. So I will be in Mount Pleasant at the MME conference in July. I wanted to remind everybody that on June 3rd at 10 a.m., we are doing a ribbon cutting for the Betsy Valley Trail that we recently paved right down here. We'll do it right here at the trailhead in downtown Beulah. So I invite everybody to attend that at 10 a.m. I won't go too much into detail because Rebecca's here, but the tower is online as of Friday. So exciting there. So Rebecca can give more info on that. And then I wanted to get back and schedule our FOIA OMA training. We talked about holding a training. We tentatively scheduled a date, but then we were waiting for a new commissioner to come on board. He's here now. So if everyone had their calendar, I was hoping for a few dates for to schedule training with our legal counsel.
And this is FOIA and OMA.
Correct.
And you're looking at what month again?
It's really up to all of you. We had originally scheduled it, in May, but then we held off on it because we were working to get a 7th commissioner. And so, given Matt's schedule on other things I'm working with him, I would guess no sooner than 2 to 3 weeks from now is going to be best for his calendar. So we're probably looking at mid-June into July.
I'd like to avoid getting into July if we could,
Okay.
just because people have plans and,
Mhm.
I mean, up here, we got July and August.
So if we can't do June,
Because
then
we're
maybe
gonna-
we
we're-
wait till September.
And this is just for the board, correct? We're
Yeah,
not
it's
putting-
a training session.
Yeah.
So we could do mid-June unless you want to wait until
We try
September.
June 13th or June 27th. Those are Fridays. I think the EDC is on June 20th.
13th, I have my materials management meeting
Oh, okay.
Yep.
in the afternoon, 1 o'clock. And
And
is that one here?
Yeah.
That one's in,
Yeah, that one's here.
Supposed to be here.
I have it as in
We voted the
Leelanau.
last one, right?
That one's in Leelanau according to my
last
calendar.
It's the one before
No,
that, I
June
think.
13th. I have in Leelanau.
Told me it was there.
Katie, how much time should we allow?
I would say 2 hours. I'm not here on the 13th. I don't have care.
How
'Cause
about
that's the day before the last day of school.
the 27th was also another suggested date. Anybody have a conflict on the 27th for 2 hours?
No.
That one's better for me.
I would say the morning if everyone could be here by 9 a.m. And then right after that, we're doing our annual cookout. So we could all go to lunch afterwards, right up the hill.
Why don't we make it 10 a.m. then?
You want to do that? Usually we do the
Open for
cookouts from 11 to 1. So 9 a.m. on the 27th tentatively.
Dave?
That works for me.
All right, let's set it for June 27th at 9 a.m. for approximately 2 hours.
Okay,
2 to 3 hours.
I will notify Matt,
One,
and
two.
if he can't attend, I'll let you know. Otherwise, please plan on that.
And help us understand again the protocol. Because it's a training session, we have no open meeting act violations, correct?
Correct?
Is it possible, is the meeting open then to the general public?
The Open Meetings Act is, somewhat gray in that, because if it's a training session, educational session, it could just be the board, but it's a little gray.
You could call it a workshop.
It's a workshop essentially, yes.
I'm not sure it answers my question. Is that still open?
You could close it if it was a sole workshop.
And because it's directed to this board, but if you had people from townships or villages that said at least like to sit in the audience,
So we had agreed to not invite the townships and villages to the first one, but that we would hold an overall one for everybody else after ours was done.
okay. June 27th, 9 AM.
I
In
will
this room.
confirm with Matt.
And you confirm. Katie, do you have anything else for us?
I don't, I'm behind in emails, so if there's something in there I'm missing, I'll notify all of you later. But that's kind of all I had.
Questions or comments for Katie?
Tell me again when the recycling thing is gonna be here. Hey,
I thought it was this
Right.
time because we were in Traverse City, oh, you know what, we have a facilitator, and so that might be why.
The facilitator, they were doing everything in Grand Traverse,
Yeah, in
for that
Traverse City.
facilitator specifically. So it kind of screwed up the rhythm of things.
Yes.
And so I have on my calendar Leelanau, but maybe it is Benzie and they haven't told me.
I think the facilitator is going to be there next month. They're this
Again,
again,
so then
Yeah.
it would probably be in Traverse again.
Traverse City.
what was the date of the household hazardous waste? Are we doing that or not?
Yes.
Frankfurt?
By
Oh.
appointment.
There's 3 different locations, I believe. I don't know if that's the same
So
event
the
you're talking about.
2025 collections are June 21st, August 23rd. And we don't have the third date for the scrap tire yet. So household hazardous waste and electronics, Frankfurt High School, June 21st, Honor Road Commission, August 23rd. We typically do just a tire only in July, but we haven't gotten those dates nailed down yet, so that one's still to be determined.
You don't need an appointment and you just pull in at the Frankfurt one, right?
Yeah, if you call, it's helpful for scheduling, so we don't have, 87 people at one time. We can kind of give you a general idea when you're coming through, but there's no appointment required. And I will reiterate to the community that this is not your local junk day. This is household hazardous waste and electronics. We will have a tire day. I can't tell you how many folks showed up to the road commission last summer and were angry and gave very much choice words because they had a whole trailer of junk for junk day and it wasn't junk day. So very specifically, contact your townships regarding your junk cleanup days. This is only for household hazardous waste and electronics and
Well, some of that stuff could be considered household hazardous waste.
no, it was like broken furniture and those sorts
Well,
of things.
that's that right there, see?
Yeah.
It's a hazard.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Anything else for Katie?
Nope.
You have correspondence in your packet. Last public comment.
Earlier telling me. Just kidding.
Thank you.
Katie spilled my thunder. So the tower is online and active. And the most disgruntled person I know said, so far it's working extremely well. So I can only say that hopefully we are online and I haven't had any complaints since they turned it on Thursday. So I'm excited about that. Again, I consider it to be a life-saving effort. We might never see the issue where it would have came into play because now it's working. So I appreciate that. I believe there's paperwork in my email right now, and we will be closing out that grant probably by the end of the fiscal or whatever it is for the state to get that taken care of. So we'll be paying our final payment and soon.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Sure.
Are there 2 towers in question in Frankfurt?
Yes, my tower is not in question.
Okay, I know where your tower is.
Yes.
There is another
There-
person that's very,
The city of Frankfurt's property, but it is in Crystal Lake Township. That is the Bellows Beach
Okay.
cellular phone tower. that is commercial, it's not public safety. They like to use the premise of public safety, but we are not attached to that tower at all.
But that's the controversy. That one, right?
That one on the beach has to do with views and things like that, so. We're working with Buildings and Grounds to try to net zero that our current tower, so there may be some cellular connections to that will be brought up to you, but again, the price tag, to keep the lights on exists, and so we're trying to net zero that so that with
Good.
options. Other than that, I had one more thing and I forgot what it was, so I'm still visiting a few townships and villages regarding debris management. Again, not the same as materials management. And so I'm getting that part done and we're moving forward with all of our planning stuff.
Tell you what, when Eric gets done, if you think of what you wanted to say, step back up,
That's all
okay?
right.
All right, everyone.
I will set the timer.
No. If you step up.
Set the timer for Eric.
Just for clarification, is the meeting on June 27th going to be open for the public to observe you deliberating about governmental transparency laws?
Well, that's what I was trying to understand.
I would advocate that if you're going to be deliberating about open government and the core purpose of the statutes, the FOIA and the Open Meeting Act is governmental transparency, that even if you were able to legally have a meeting that wasn't open to the public, why would you when you're going to just be discussing how you as a public body moving forward comply with the open government laws that you are mandated to comply with? So I would ask that it be open. I would like to observe. And if any other person in the public wanted to observe, I don't see what the harm would be of them having an open, being able to observe you having an open discussion with your attorney about the questions that you may have on those two statutes. So thank you.
Anybody else? I knew you would.
So that was my question. Will staff who initiates FOIA be involved in the training that you are having at the?
Will staff be involved?
Will staff be invited to that particular training? Like the people who fill FOIA?
Well, it's up to this board. Technically, my office and Lisa Cole are the only two supposed to be fulfilling a FOIA.
All right.
You give the
dispatch-
documents.
You don't. Dispatch.
Dispatch should not be sending anything out without me. Corey sends them all to me.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm going to break protocol here
It's
because
up to this board if you want. That's what I was trying to say. If it's a workshop, I don't think technically you have to, but I would, it's up to you to err on the side of caution or not on who you invite and who you don't invite.
So I'm going to break protocol here, but I want to respond to this. And I'd be interested in what the rest of you are thinking. My only hesitation, and I couldn't be more candid in putting this out, is that my concern is that all the questions don't always get asked in public because people are thinking, this is kind of an embarrassing question. And I don't want to put myself out there in public to show that, oh, I didn't know that when I should have known it. So that's why I hesitate. I want you to have absolute freedom to ask any question you want, no matter how embarrassing you think it might be to yourself. And guys, I couldn't be more candid in that response. So you tell me, you've learned I'll ask any question. I don't care. But this is about the commission as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a educating thing with our attorney. And if he's going to be here and if he says, if you're not part of this group, you can't be here, we go with his word and then it's a done deal.
But he's going to defer to us.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to say you can't be here. I mean, that's a decision we get to make, apparently.
If
We
it's
can
a
make the decision with his recommendation.
Concurrence.
I'm
Mhm.
probably gonna err on the side of transparency. I mean, if it's something that I feel silly about asking, maybe I take the heat off somebody else. I'm not worried about that. But I appreciate you being thoughtful about it.
I'm transparent.
I would rather err on the side of. Well,
Great.
Same.
Gary?
I'm just, it's a workshop. You are making no decisions. It's a training. If it's better and it's more comfortable with a smaller group, I've seen it done everywhere. Townships do it. As long as you're not making a decision at that point in time, it is what it is. If you feel more comfortable with that kind of training, I don't have a problem either way. Regards to sometimes you want to ask a question, kind of, especially me, should I be doing this or not? Anyway.
Gary,
I
I've
think
I've
we-
never seen you hesitate, Gary.
I think we could also, have the opportunity to submit our questions in writing without, just hand them up to Matt and say, here's a couple things I'd like you to address. If you don't want to own them,
I've
That
said
would
on some of
benefit-
Matt's things at the MAC conference,
Yep, me too.
the OMA and those kind of things, and I'm sure it's gonna be similar to that.
Yeah, unfortunately, so, excuse me just a minute, Christie, but sometimes the question's only a result of something that was just said.
Mhm.
So you can't even ask it in advance. Christie?
But if we say this is an open meeting, that means that we have to have notes taken, and that means we have to have, so what? I've just sat here in a minute, I'm like, wait a minute, yeah, I want to be transparent, but do we need to take notes
Yes.
on if we do this open?
If you have an open meeting, Tammy will need to be here to take the minutes. Which I think she's planning to be here no matter what.
That day a problem for you, Tammy?
16th? Oh, no. Okay.
27th,
27th.
I think.
so
Oh, 27th. Yeah. As far as I know, it's okay. It's a Friday, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's okay. Me or someone in, or
And-
Kim.
we're not really making decisions, and sometimes if you have more people here, you might get distracted from what the training opportunities are.
Well, I think it's centered around this horseshoe. Folks
Right.
can attend and listen, but at the end of the day, unless there's public comment at the beginning and the end, they don't get to ask questions. It's still centered around you. And that's up to the chair to say, not public comment, quiet down.
We would have a public comment period.
Correct.
But.
It's still
not
centered
during the
around
training
you.
Itself.
Right.
Well, and then is there a benefit to having it just a workshop for the commissioners and then an event open to the public? We're circling back to where we started, which is what the model was to begin with.
It's tough because there's a lot to think about. If we want to be transparent, which I think we do, there are other things that go with that. And I'm just trying to be like, okay, well, we got to think, we got to have a note taker and da da da. And we
Well,
look
I
at
mean,
it.
the minutes are gonna be super simple because
Yeah.
there's no action. It's gonna be who is there, what time we started, discussion happened, bye-bye.
Yeah. Is it worth getting Matt's opinion on what model he sees as more productive?
Matt's gonna err on the side of transparency.
Comfortable doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Folks, there really is no silly questions.
No.
In fact, I would applaud anybody that's willing to put themselves on the line to ask a question that they feel is uncomfortable, but know it needs to get answered. We can't know everything. The whole
Mhm.
purpose of getting together like this is to better educate ourselves. Some of us have already been through OMA training, but it's been several years ago now, I guess.
Yeah, a long
Bob.
time.
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you, as a vote, I have no problem having it open to the public. It's,
And Matt just
but
confirmed.
it's understood. This is our event.
Right.
So Matt just responded to me that works. So plan on that date. I'm hearing that it's gonna be an open meeting, so I will make sure to invite all the staff as well, so that they can attend the training too.
If they like to sit in and listen, they're welcome to.
Right, I'll make sure that they know that it's an open meeting and that it's no problem. And then once it's done, if we plan to hold a bigger session, we can go down that road. Or we could record what the meeting is and then just share it too.
On our YouTube stuff.
We'll YouTube it so we can share the link.
All right. So what I'm hearing is that will be open to the public starting at 9 a.m.
Mhm. And I'll make sure to invite staff.
By the way, I might point out that if there's something that is a little more personal and or more involved to yourself rather than a full group, catch the attorney after the meeting.
Yep.
Just let Matt know that we may need him for a few minutes after that meeting, that's all.
Mhm.
All right,
Motion to adjourn.
No, wait, we got to close public comment. We haven't done that.
any other public comment? Okay, now.
Motion to adjourn.
Got it. Anybody object?
Oh, who's second?
I'll
Oh.
second.
Gary did.
They don't have Evan, so.
Okay.
Right?
I did it by osmosis.